Do it.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another episode of Projexploitation, the Projects Pod. My name is Nick Cheney, and with me, of course, is Dan Jeremy Brooks. Dan, how are you?
My daddy went and got himself a wall. My mama stuck me in the crib. My sister's named Al Bungermain. Wood cattle prod me in the ribs. Yes, in my ribs. They call me just the baby. And once I got into Aunt's car, we hit the road and I'm gone. What's my real age? I've been a baby for so long. A Gucci goo goo. Jump in the pool. What's my age now? I've been a baby for so long.
Okay, I have to say, I don't think I know that one.
Oh, it is, it was a really obscure song until about 5 years ago, and then it kind of became, it's Simon and Garfunkel's Baby Driver.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
hmm
Uh,
Yeah, it's
well,
actually a great, great song. And yeah, but anyway, yes.
and it's
And I
got
believe that makes,
baby in
oh,
the
sorry, go ahead.
title.
It does. It does. It's, I believe, the third Paul Simon related homage I've done. So
Right, you've
he's
done
he casts a long shadow.
I was gonna say you did Graceland for Sex World, and what was the
hmm
other one you did? You did
Oh, Bridge Over Troubled Water for the plumage, crystal plumage.
that's right. Oh boy.
hmm I'm sure there'll be
Ah,
many more.
of course, yeah.
hmm
Well, if you're just joining us, which is very possible because we've only been recording for about a couple minutes now, we are going to be talking about the 1973 American psychological thriller film, as Wikipedia calls it, The Baby, directed by Ted Post, written by Abe Polsky. This is a weird one. We're gonna try to get in there and figure out how seriously we are to take this. Is it horror or is it not, and so on and so forth. Before we do that, we're just gonna give a little rundown of some of the key players behind the scenes, and then a very elongated summary for those who have not seen the film before, or if you have seen and you don't remember anything. We'll get you covered
hmm
there. So, first off, this is directed by Ted Post, who was mostly, I think, famous for some of his films he did with Clint Eastwood, like Magnum Force and Hang 'em High. He also directed Beneath the Planet of the Apes, which is the sequel, the first sequel to what do you call it? Uh, to the original.
just Planet, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a weird movie though because it
hmm
retreads the entire first film without Charlton Heston, but then the last act, the new Charlton Heston finds old Charlton Heston, and the two of them basically buddy around, only to then have an extremely nihilistic ending that I won't actually spoil because it's pretty great for anyone who hasn't seen it. But suffice it to
True.
say, if you're ever watching that one and you think it's kind of boring, stick it out to the last 30 minutes because it goes into some very strange places, uh, trying
Oh
to
yeah, yeah.
trying to ape the previous's original twist,
Ah,
if you will.
I see what you did
Yeah,
there. Very
well,
nice.
I
You know,
didn't try to
uh,
hide it.
it, well, it's funny. I was actually just talking to my friend Brandon about this a couple weeks ago, the one who has the Diabolical Tales Radio Hour, and he was talking about what a seminal influence the Apes movies were, and how it's like, oh, you think after the second one, you're like, well, that's it, that's about done, and then it's like, nope, no, no, they're gonna do another three in a TV series, I believe.
Yeah,
So yeah,
yeah,
but yeah, he had his own theory about why Charlton Heston agreed to be in it. He's like, all right, I'll do it, but only if we end like this. you know?
yep.
And then they found a loophole.
Thank God.
hmm
Because it's always fun to see Charlton Heston forced to act. um,
True.
trying to think here. The only other thing of note is that, technically speaking, he had also did some TV work for like Gunsmoke, and I believe he did something. Oh yeah, he did Columbo, Rawhide, basically all the fun shows that. Oh, he did some Route 66 too. So, yep, he
Oh,
was
I didn't know
a
that.
TV mainstay before finally getting to do some feature films. Um,
Yeah, I think he directed two Twilight Zones in the last season, including I think the second to last episode, which was the last one that Rod Serling wrote. So kind of
wow,
interesting in that way. Yeah.
yeah.
Hmm.
So yeah, that's Ted Post, director of this movie, who did say that he did not want to direct this movie at first because at first he thought it was going to be too dark. He was very correct, but that luckily didn't stop him. Um, so as far as cast goes, we have Anjanette Comer as Anne Gentry, the protagonist, Ruth Roman as Mrs. Wadsworth, Mariana Hill as Germaine Wadsworth, and Suzanne Zenner as Alba Wadsworth. Those are the two daughters, and kind of host of other people, including finally David Mooney, or he was credited
Hmm.
in the movie as David Manzi. Uh, as Baby, which I find very weird that he was credited with the last name Manzi, considering the subject of this matter, like he had something to prove. I don't know. That's bizarre.
He was like, God dang it, I'm a man. Okay, I don't want people to forget it for a second. Even though I'm playing an adult baby, I'm a man and I have dignity.
Yeah, methinks thou doth protest too much. So yeah, that's the basic cast. Came out in 1973, and I'm gonna read a very long summary really quick for the baby. Then we're gonna get into the nitty gritty and change this movie's diaper. So let's see here. I
Nice.
gotta zoom in here so that way I can actually
Mhm.
read. Okay, here we go.
Yes.
Under the harsh glow of a desk lamp, a social worker browses a file marked Wadsworth Baby. The photo in the file paints a story of a baby who grows up over time, first into a young child and later into a young man, but only in physique. The mannerisms, clothing, and contextual clues of the photos suggest a stunted growth, mentally speaking. The final photo frames the adult man behind the bars of his oversized crib. One morning, the social worker, Anne Gentry, arrives at the Wadsworth house. She first sees Alba Wadsworth, the grown adult daughter of Mrs. Wadsworth, who cheerfully says hi and shows no signs of developmental problems. She is then greeted by Mrs. Wadsworth, the stern matriarch of the family. Anne is making a routine visit from welfare and informs Mrs. Wadsworth that she made a special effort to get assigned to this particular case. Mrs. Wadsworth refers to her son as Baby, and when asked by Anne what his real name is, she simply replies, just Baby. Mrs. Wadsworth explains that Baby's father ran off before Baby was born, and that the father was a weak and pathetic man. Anne meets Germaine, the other grown Wadsworth daughter, who seems none too pleased to be getting yet another visit from the revolving door of social workers that come and go to check on Baby. Anne finally gets to meet Baby, who is taking a nap peacefully in his adult-sized crib. Anne starts to neglect her other clients almost immediately, paying frequent visits to the Wadsworth home in an effort to check in on Baby and how the women of the house are taking care of him. When her boss calls her out for paying too much attention to this particular case, she protests and says that there is a criminal negligence going on in the household, and she is invested in making sure that she gets to the root of what's happening. The first sign of resistance comes one afternoon when Anne is playing with Baby, tossing a ball back and forth until finally she gets Baby to crawl towards her, something that is clearly frowned upon in the household, as they routinely say that Baby can't move his muscles like a normal person. Anne shows skepticism at the idea, and when Alba tries to take Baby in for a nap after this play session, Baby starts to cry and cling to Anne in distress. Outside of the house, Germaine and Anne speak, and even comes close to making plans to go hiking despite the air of animosity that permeates the house whenever Anne visits, but they fall through after some pushback from Anne. As she drives away from the estate, memories of her husband crop up in her head. It is then revealed that Anne lives with her mother-in-law, Judith, an arrangement that started at some point after the loss of Anne's husband in a terrible accident. The next scene shows a young woman on the phone who is revealed to be Baby's babysitter for the night. As he cries and throws a fit, she takes him in her arms to console him, and Baby starts to nuzzle into her breasts in a seemingly sexual manner. While she protests at first, it's not very long before she allows this and even indulges Baby's desires. When the Wadsworth women come home, they walk in on the scene, and Mrs. Wadsworth proceeds to beat the shit out of a young babysitter senselessly for acting inappropriately with Baby. On the next visit Anne makes, she brings Baby some toys and attempts to talk to Alba. Animosity continues to hang in the air throughout all conversations regarding Baby's well-being and living conditions. When Alba goes to answer a ringing phone, Anne tries to get Baby to stand up, in defiance of the narrative being spun that he is unable to. Almost succeeding, she is interrupted by Mrs. Wadsworth arriving back home. Mrs. Wadsworth insinuates that Anne must have an ulterior motive for being so concerned for Baby. Anne suggests Baby be put into a special school, but Mrs. Wadsworth persists in denouncing the need or the ability to help Baby. Anne is forced to demonstrate with Baby what he could be capable of, but under Mrs. Wadsworth's watchful eye, Baby seems to regress in the time that Mrs. Wadsworth has gotten back home. The following scene shows Alba torturing Baby with a cattle prod as she reiterates that Baby doesn't walk and other things that Baby is not allowed to do. When Mrs. Wadsworth walks in on this scene, she takes the cattle prod and uses it on Alba in anger, though not necessarily denouncing the sentiment behind the torture session. In a brief scene, Germaine is seen at night sneaking into Baby's room at night and removing a very sexy nightie to get into the crib with Baby. Anne visits the special school she wants Baby to attend and talks to a psychiatrist who posits her theory that Mrs. Wadsworth resents her ex for leaving her and the children high and dry and is taking it out on Baby for the sole reason of him being a man. The Wadsworths do not end up showing up to the clinic like they said they would. Anne is informed that she has been taken off of Baby's case. Anne decides to pay another visit to the Wadsworth home. Anne confronts the Wadsworth women on the stoop of their house, stating she intends to fight them in a legal battle to get custody of Baby. Mrs. Wadsworth accuses Anne of simply wanting Baby to herself. Anne angrily reacts, saying that Baby doesn't deserve to be treated in this manner and that she'll see them in court. When Anne arrives home, she talks to Judith about her day and remarks that the contractors still haven't finished the pool that they're putting in the backyard. Judith says it will be filled in by the weekend and that Mrs. Wadsworth called for Anne. When she calls her back, Mrs. Wadsworth apologizes to Anne, somewhat insincerely, but invites Anne to Baby's birthday party the next day, to which Anne accepts. The party is awash in the glossy haze of pink and purple neon lighting, streamers, and a palpable sense of pot smoke. At the party, Anne meets Dennis, a self-proclaimed skin freak. When Dennis persists on hitting on her, Anne says she's happily married, and when asked why he isn't here with her, she said it's because he was in a horrible accident. The party is a jovial, albeit somewhat sexually uncomfortable time. Anne bonds with Baby over birthday cake. Alba and Anne play some darts. Dennis stares creepily. At one point, Germaine switches out Anne's drink with something alcoholic, despite her not wanting to drink. Anne is a lightweight, and very soon after starts to fall asleep. She is snuck downstairs by the sisters to the basement, where Mrs. Wadsworth has her tied up and beats her. Baby seems to have noticed this, and attempts to go downstairs into the basement to find Anne later on. Anne is able to get Baby to remove some of the binding, and helps herself to a saw in the basement to undo the rest. By this point, everyone has left the party except for Dennis, who Alba is distracting with her sexual prowess. Anne makes it out of the basement and takes Baby with her as she sneaks out of the house. Once the Wadsworth women notice Baby and Anne are missing, they wait around to see if any calls are made from the police or social services, but none come. Anne has taken Baby and has been taking care of him herself. Anne taunts the Wadsworth women by sending them a picture of Baby and a letter detailing her plan to turn Baby into a grown man. Distraught, the women decide to go to Anne's house in an attempt to get Baby back. They decide to strike at night. When they arrive at Anne's house, they find that they are quickly outmatched, as it is apparent that Anne was planning for all of this to happen, luring the women to her house so that she can murder all three of them, with the assistance of Judith, and bury them in the hole that is dug out in the backyard for the impending pool to be put in that weekend. Mrs. Wadsworth is even buried alive next to her two dead daughters. In a grotesque twist, it is revealed that Anne's husband is actually still alive and living with her and his mother in their house. After the accident, he suffered a head injury that regressed him to a similar mental state than that of babies, and has been catered to much in the same fashion that the Wadsworth family was showing Baby, albeit presumably with a bit more love. Anne introduces Baby to her husband, and the two of them hit it off like gangbusters. Grab your floaties, it's time for a pool party.
That was a very good synopsis. I would say. You hit every beat, and yeah. So, and that is really what that movie's about. If you haven't seen it, Nick ain't lying.
Yeah, and I do want to point out that, because wasn't stressed in my summary, this is a 21-year-old man, actor-wise and character-wise, who is acting like a baby. This is just to make sure that we're not crossing any illegal boundaries. This is
True.
literally picture a 21-year-old male who is giving a really good performance as a baby. It's hard to explain. You gotta watch it for yourself. Now, I saw something on IMDb, and I don't know if it's true because I never want to take the IMDb trivia as verified information because I could not find anything to either corroborate or go against it. But it's possible. One of the trivia things said that the soundtrack for the movie, was actually lost at one point. So the soundtrack we are hearing now is a new version, and the old soundtrack was David Mooney or Manzi making his own baby noises, which I find interesting because I've only seen it, if that is true. I don't know if it's true or not, so right now we're just going to go with it could be or could not be. But I've only seen it in this version, obviously, and this version, for my money, is all the creepier for it, because the movie literally overlays the sounds of an actual baby over his, mouth moving. It's like the worst possible evolution of European dubs, where we finally are using our powers for bad instead of for good. No longer are we uniting people of different cultures and countries to be in the same movie. Instead, we are just making it so that grown men look like they say baby noises. But anyway, I don't know if that's true or not.
Yeah, well, I like the idea though of them being in the looping stage of post production, in ADR, and they're like, okay, the goo was good, but the good wasn't quite, would you try doing the again? Well, which one is it? The third or the fourth? It would be almost like a David Mamet play, but just using infant words.
Yeah.
So as it turns out, they didn't do that, obviously. So
I just try to imagine what it would be like to be on set for this movie on any given day. I mean, just I don't know, just trying to, whatever you call it, trying to like hold a boom mic or light up while this grown man is just sitting in a crib and practicing, at least presumably, because apparently he went to the actor. This I did see in an interview or something. The actor went to a special school and studied children with developmental problems, which I don't know that that's kosher, but whatever. Well, I only say that because this is such a specifically unique and horrific situation that it doesn't quite seem to it seems like co-opting this kind of developmental problems for something that, frankly, you have artistic license to do whatever you want because there's really no such cases, or if there is, please send them my way, because even though I will be horrified, I would like to read about it, where grown
Hmm.
men was literally forced to be a baby for the rest of his life. Just the idea of
Hmm.
that kind of like Daniel Day-Lewis, like, I want the baby's performance to be realistic. And it's like, that's not why we're here. But anyway,
But it is, though. His performance is
it is.
really
Yeah,
extraordinary. I don't know if he stayed
it
in
paid
character
off.
the whole time. I wouldn't have doubted it if he was basically in that the whole time because he's so good. It's there's really no false moments, at least that I remember.
I no, I'm with you. In fact, I pretty much think that he holds the entire movie together. Like
Mm.
the other, the Wadsworth women and all them they're good in the movie, but they have nothing like in this movie, like as far as a character arc or really.
Hmm.
I mean, there's some good emotional beats that we'll get into, but they're dead on arrival if the central conceit does not work, and it really only comes down to the actor. There's no special effects other than if what we're saying is true about the new version with the audio, but even that's
Mm.
only doing minor work. Certainly, it's a great detail, but it does not work at all if the central performance is not captivating. And not just captivating, but also if it's not recognizably human behind
Hmm.
the dead
Yeah.
stare of David Manzi's eyes. So yeah,
Yeah.
why don't we get into kind of an overall opening impression? Do you mind if I go first really quick?
Oh no, go ahead.
Yeah, I first saw this movie 4 or 5 years ago, and it sounded like a horror movie. That was why I picked it out. I'm like,
Hmm.
this is like, this sounds fucked up. This sounds genuinely uncomfortable, and so on and so forth. I was pleasantly surprised that it was all of those things. It
Mm.
kind of does live up. There's a lot of exploitation cinema where someone's like, "Oh man, this is the movie where this happened," whatever, and you watch the movie and you
Right.
realize that like the thing that they're talking about makes up for maybe 5 minutes of the movie. The rest of the movie is pretty dull, and there's really not a lot of meat on
Hmm.
that bone. This movie takes that premise and it runs it into the ground in a good way, and
Hmm.
it is completely unlike anything I have ever seen before and probably ever will see. I don't know that I need to see anything like it ever again. I think it covered this territory well enough that we've mission accomplished. We're done. Pack up.
You're like I'm all filled
Yeah,
up now. I'm good. I'm full. No
yeah.
more is needed. So.
But what I find remarkable about it is that I've seen it sadly now like 4 or 5 times, and what I find
Oh wow.
remarkable is that I feel like Ted Post actually keeps a very steady line on the tone throughout, because it is not a horror movie, really. There's
Right.
at the very end, there's a bit of a psycho homage as far as axes and knives going through people, but other than that,
Hmm.
it takes the plight of the situation with Baby deadly seriously. It doesn't
Yeah.
really look down on the situation, despite the fact that it is so insane to watch as a third party, to watch it play out. But, when I was watching it or rewatching it this time around, I was kind of struck by how Mrs. Wadsworth's character is, shall we say, awful and annoying and
Bonkers.
yeah, like crazy, whatever.
Yeah.
She does have
Hmm.
one moment in this movie where I actually felt bad for her, which was
Hmm.
during the birthday party when she gives a little monologue about how, when you're a parent, this is all you have, and what sane person would want it to go away at some point, even though
Right.
a lot of sane parents do and totally get over their children growing up, mine included, Dan's included.
Hmm.
um, but
Yeah. Basically, yeah.
yeah, but it's an understandable sentiment for sure. Um, so
Sure.
yeah, I was just surprised that this whole thing is treated with such a weirdly delicate severity that it's so unclassifiable. It's kind of a drama. It's, I think, pretty funny at parts. I mean, the whole babysitter
Hmm.
scene makes no sense whatsoever. That's literally.
Oh,
I mean, not
hmm.
no sense in the way that I don't buy it. I mean, no sense in that I have more questions after having watched that scene about like how
Fair
this all
enough.
works and how it doesn't than any other scene in the movie because clearly the society at large, the neighborhood, whatever, accepts this situation, which we see in the birthday party. Uh,
Hmm.
but not only do they accept it, but they also kind of don't because then the babysitter technically decides that it's okay to obviously
Right.
get intimate with this quote unquote baby. I don't know where that comes from other than just being exploitation cinema. Like we got to give something, which I'm all for it. But it's such a
Oh, sure.
bizarre scene in which I have no idea what, for the life of me, we're supposed to think of that character. Like, is she just a person who's a bit of a kink, or is it like this weird like moment of weakness
Well,
for the pure person in all of us?
just a really fast thing on that, and then then I'm gonna let you finish. No, but I was just the it's a I mean, probably that's the most transgressive scene in some ways in the film, but it's oddly kind of sweet because, and I think maybe it's because, and maybe you don't get this vibe, but it feels like both of the characters are craving some kind of authentic, intimate human contact that they're not getting anywhere else. And in some ways, I kind of look back and I see the babysitter as maybe the most like unguardedly human character, even though she's only in the one scene. So I'm not saying she's exactly the audience surrogate, but it's interesting. It feels weirdly pure in a way that we can look at it from as we can observe it from afar and go, that's screwed up. But for the two in it, I think the intentions are oddly basic human connection almost. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I mean I can see that. And not to mention, as you said, it's probably the most transgressive moment. I think that's not only true, but it also feels that way because of the fact that it's playing into the gross trope of what babysitters get up to when they're, in your
Hmm.
house without supervision. This is just taken to the
Mm.
most lewd extreme, so to speak. But yeah, to summarize my opening thoughts, it is a film that I have shown many times to people. It's not so much that I sit at home watching this over and over, uh, though maybe I do. Don't judge me. But
There's nothing
I,
wrong with that.
of course. But no. But every time someone's like, I want to watch something weird, I'm like, okay, we'll watch the baby, and then
Mm.
some of them don't call me back, and that's fine. We all have busy schedules and
Sure.
whatnot. But yeah. But no, I'm every time I watch it, I'm surprised that the movie still works beyond its premise. So, um, Dan, what about you? What are
Yeah.
your opening thoughts?
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, I can see that, by the way, as being a pretty great acid test for like somebody who's truly interested in something weird, in, the old weird America versus the one who just thinks they do and what they want is just something slightly off the beaten path. But yeah, it's a pretty good acid test right there. Okay, so a lot of what you've said is sort of what I thought I was gonna get. Now, like with most of these, I go in cold, right? But judging from the basic premise and the poster art, which is on the reversible side of the Arrow DVD or Blu-ray, I should say, I thought it was gonna be like the naughty babysitter and the naughty baby, woohoo! And I do not want to fucking see that movie. And I kept thinking,
Speak for
okay, so this is
yourself.
There's this great power pop song from the early aughts by this band Morningwood, great band name too, called Babysitter. It's just dripping with like sexual aberrance and innuendo, well, barely innuendo. I mean, like, so sample of lyrics here is like, you got to start sometime. Want to sit next to me? Can I crawl in bed with you? I'll let you stay up real late and do what you want to do. If I can be your playmate, you can be my Boy Scout. You need someone to tuck you in, you know? And I mean, I didn't think this movie would be quite that unsubtle because you always select good stuff. I honestly, you do. But
Yeah.
I was lacking the sufficient imagination to I, I I couldn't seem to imagine anything better. And then I was also like, a PG horror film, eh? I'm intrigued, you know? But as you say, Ted Post, solid craftsman. I mean, and what I got in the end was a very, I think, very well calibrated tale of maybe the uncanny, not the supernatural, but told in, a, like you said, in a mostly naturalistic form. I mean, Ted Post keeps it pretty on the level. I mean, there aren't a lot of trick scenes or odd Dutch angles or whatever. This is one of the only movies I can think of where it's not a horror film for most of its runtime, and then I mean, there's a faint air of dread throughout it, which is wonderful and very well sustained. But it's only in the last few minutes that the horrific nature of the story snaps into place. And that reveal, man, got me feeling very discombobulated at ill at ease in Dee Dee. And it partially, well, probably because of that peculiarly, fashionable 1970s thing where they would do a fast zoom when they were kind of exposing a plot device or like a hair-raising surprise. It'd be like, "Rrr." But I mean, the fact that you're seeing these two grown men who are suffering some kind of developmental issues, and that the zoom, and that if you hadn't watched the whole movie, that ending would not be horrific at all. You'd be like, oh, it's two guys who suffered some serious injury. But when you see the whole film and you see the zoom, it is truly horrific. And I mean, and the funny thing though is that it doesn't feel like a gotcha ending. It feels totally earned. It's not a cheap twist. It actually makes the film make more sense. It's like the key to the map. You know what I mean? And in some ways, it kind of reminds me of reminds me of Shyamalan's best work, like the denouement at the end of Unbreakable, where like a question that we hadn't even really been conscious that we were trying to figure out suddenly becomes plain, and offhand, I honestly can't think of many movies, like you said, tonally speaking, that do that well without seeming really abrupt and weird. I mean, I guess maybe the Neon Demon, where there's this dread element throughout it, and then in the last third, it goes full on horror. Or, I mean, there's this great 1987 movie from Lars von Trier called Epidemic, which is also perfectly calibrated, by the way, where like the ending sort of changes the whole genre, and it makes you want to like reclassify everything you've seen at the beginning. But those are like just about the only two I could really think of where it's not a horror film until the very end, and yet everything that came before was necessary. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I completely agree. And you said the thing about the twist, not being a cheap twist. Um,
Hmm.
that's absolutely correct because, especially the more I rewatch it, the whatever you call it, the movie goes out of its way to never actually say that the husband died. It is
Right.
always couched in terms like no longer. I don't even think no longer with us. It's always in an accident, unable to be here. And of course, the acting is very whatever you call it, grief stricken. So we
Definitely.
assume due to the absence of not seeing him that he must have passed away. But there are too many things that actually are very weird, which is kind of hard to clue in on until you've seen the whole movie. That make no sense
Yeah.
unless you know the ending. Which, like, why would they be putting it in a pool? Like,
Right. Right.
she
Exactly.
literally comes home to talk to Judith, the mother-in-law, and it's just always a very fraught and somber talk about like how their day was. So it's like, were these two Bettys really going to be swimming on the weekend? It's like no, because there's, I guess, a child that's technically in the house, whatever. So there's things like that
Right.
which they don't call attention to, except they do, because I remember when I was rewatching, I just love how it's like shoehorned in there when he's like,
Mm,
or she's looking out the window. Are the contractors putting? And it's like
hmm.
that line makes no sense as to why it would be in this movie until the final kind of almost Poe inspired twist of
Definitely.
burying them in that mound. So yeah,
Yes.
I think it's very well baked into the script, and I think it actually pretty much what's great about the twist is that it really posits dysfunctional love against dysfunctional love, and it tries to make the
Hmm.
viewer. I wouldn't say you have to pick a side or anything like that, but it definitely recalibrates what you thought you were thinking about how these people thought and about how they
Totally.
were either wrong or right and whatnot. And while it's very understandable if you walk away from this movie and obviously just think they're all fucked up and they all need help, because that's pretty much the general gist,
Yeah.
there is some interesting shades of nuance if you compare and contrast and you think, okay, technically speaking, what she, as in Anne, is doing at
Hmm.
the end, um, is that actually better than what the previous were doing if they're literally willing to murder, for it? And
Right.
but then
Right.
technically, what was Mrs. Wadsworth's plan going to be? Like, was it just a warnings, in the basement, like we'll deal with you later, or was there gonna be, you know, um, and here's my big question as far as getting into fan theories, because I don't think this, but I've seen it get brought up. Do you think Mrs. Wadsworth killed her husband?
Honestly, that never occurred to me. I just assumed she was thrice unlucky in love. But I do think that they did kill the last social worker. And I feel like that was imminently about to happen to Anne. But I don't know. I never really thought about that. I mean, it could be. It's almost like, that film, The Stepfather with Terry O'Quinn, where it's like, you've disappointed me and now I'm going to have to kill you and start again. I don't know. It could very well be, although I haven't thought about it until this very moment when you mentioned it. So it's possible.
Yeah,
They're certainly homicidal, you know?
that they
Uh,
are. I'm with you in the sense that I definitely think that they're hinting at the movie, because I think the Anne says in one of the meetings, like, yeah, no one heard from the last one again, whatever. So,
right.
I definitely think that the thing about whether they killed the husband or not really comes down to whether you believe Anne as a person. And
Mm,
the ending of this movie quite literally upends any believability that she's earned for herself. So it's not to say that she can't be
hmm
right, because obviously a broken clock can be honest every once in a while.
mm,
I think that's a
hmm
saying. But,
Yeah.
it's one of those things where it's like once we know that she is perhaps crazier, because what she is doing is technically with is more secretive than what they are doing. I
Mm,
mean, as gross as it is, technically they're inviting everybody to the birthday party, and they are,
true.
that they're not, shall we say, keeping him locked up. Uh, I mean, they are and they aren't, whatever. So, but it's such a
But there's
weird,
degrees. Yeah.
yeah, compare and contrast between the two of them.
That's interesting. I mean, in a way, this is why I sort of said in some ways I feel like the babysitter is almost our surrogate because Anne turns out to not be our surrogate. I mean, we're definitely, I think, I was on her side for most of the film. And even at the end, I mean, there is a part of me that goes, well, he's not going to get the cattle prod anymore. And he may even be allowed to like develop a little. So this is probably better. But at the same time, it's, Kat Ellinger in her liner notes for the Arrow versions, excellent liner notes. She talks about it's like, well, it's almost like he goes from the frying pan into the fire, and it's like, he thinks, I mean, so I, I don't know. It's a hard one. I mean, the thing about Anne's kind of, we see Anne's like very fearsome determination bleeding eventually into homicidal mania. But that's really one of the best examples of how well paced and calibrated this film is. I mean, right at the top, we see her with the obsessive combing through the slides, with overlays. It's almost trance-like. And with her mother-in-law kind of watching over her. And then the second time, she's like, why did it have to happen? I just cannot accept it. I won't let it be this way. And that's, that's more than grief. That's an unhealthy fixation on unreality, And then you get that weird exchange, like you said in the synopsis, between her and Jermaine, where Anne's like, "Well, I'm a Scorpio, and we're vaguely cautious," and Jermaine's like, Scorpios aren't really cautious, just dangerous," which is a line. It's a line that's freighted with a real strong dose of dread, because it looks at that moment that Jermaine appears to be being completely honest and unaffected. It doesn't look like she's trying to pull anything. I think she's honestly trying to make a bit of a connection. But there's all sorts of foreboding. I mean the way that Anne is like super competitive with her darts. That's a really weird one too. Or just like that scene where Anne is on the phone with Mrs. Wadsworth, and I think Judith is listening on the extension, and behind her, like all these cleavers and long knives and tenderizer. I mean, it's like, so in a way, you kind of see where they're going with it, but you wouldn't know that except for in posterity. Like you would only realize it if you watch the film the second time. So
Yeah.
anyway,
I was going to ask
yeah,
you about the weird, overt sexuality of the two grown daughters. And I say weird not because
yes,
it's weird in a vacuum, like in and of itself,
hmm
but in juxtaposition to this household where you have someone like Baby who is obviously uh, formed to not have any sexual awakening and
hmm
or activities. I find it very interesting that there's some kind of weird repression going on in this household that is leading to obviously uh, well weird acting out. I mean, the scene in which
hmm
Jermaine sneaks into Baby's crib at night. Um, I don't know how to read that scene because truly is just like a whatever you call it, like a. I don't think they ever remark anything about that relationship pretty much ever again, before or after.
right.
Um, and so I don't know if that's supposed to just be a reaction to the way Mrs. Wadsworth runs the household at large, or if this is like some weird
Hmm.
underpining thread that I can't even catch myself. But I'm curious what you thought of the weird sexualization that permeates the entire household.
Well, I've got two, I guess, two thoughts about that. One is, well, first of all, I definitely think that we're meant to believe that this is not the first time that Germaine has done this. This is something she does fairly regularly, and I think that's part of the direction in the film that's so well done, is that the girls, girls that are women, really. Let's face. I'm sorry, both of the
To
sisters
be
are
fair,
like
the
kind of
movie posits them as being in a similar state of Baby, not necessarily developmentally,
yeah,
but they also, I think, at least, were imposed upon a certain ceiling of how far they could go. And for
absolutely.
them, it was basically that, like, the moment the kind of, burgeoning sexuality hit, post
Mm-hmm.
puberty blues, uh, I
Mm.
believe that's where they were cut off, developmentally speaking, by
Oh,
their mother.
Oh man, well, I've got a lot to say about that. But before I get to that, I should just say that yeah, they definitely give this sort of feral feeling. It's like there's a certain, like, most of their education has been improvisational and catch as catch can. Like they didn't necessarily regularly attend an institution. It feels like, but and then of course, and this is partly because of exploitation and just the appeal to the audience. But there's the conflicted attachments that we in the audience feel is partly fueled by the fact that the two Wadsworth sisters are pretty close to drop dead. I mean, in their own way. Germaine, we first see her, she comes across as, unschooled, unsophisticated, but she's like imperious, and she's got like that Elvira hair piled up, and she's leading through she's got this Earth Mother dress on, but it's not mitigating at all her, eh, as as the songwriter Jen Treenan would say, her tits flow like wine, I would say. And, and then you have the same thing with Alba, who seems to be more self aware and manipulative of the two. She's waltzing around the frame in these tennis whites, and then later these ultra high shorts. And Jermaine, she has that odd stare. It's very weird and plaintive, but I feel a little sympathy. It's almost like Tuesday Weld or maybe
Yeah,
Kristen Bell, one
Tuesday
of those
Weld,
like darker.
definitely what I was thinking of, particularly when she showed up like
Oh wow,
with the pigtails. Like for some reason that conjured something that I feel like used to be a trend even among adults that really isn't seen too much in that age group anymore. Like I feel like
true.
when it's done now over a certain age, it's basically doing what this movie did, but this movie did it intentionally, signifying
Hmm.
something of a juvenile, shall we say, approach to social relations.
But you're right. I think the sisters have been to an extent infantilized, not to the level, of course, of the baby, but they're part of a conspiracy, and they haven't really been allowed to live their own lives, and they've never really probably known anything else. So they don't even they're only maybe dimly aware of the fact that they're not they're not living their best life, you know. And I mean, of course, but again, the baby is, you said, at least 21, 22. I mean, Jermaine is older. I mean, these people have natural sexual impulses that have been given zero outlet. I mean, they don't even, I assume there's no even any talk about it. It's totally sealed off. So I can kind of see it. It's funny you mentioned that kind of at the point they reach, young womanhood, it seems like it's kind of sealed off from them. And so I kept watching this movie and I kept feeling like I was getting this sort of gothic vibe. And I wasn't sure why at first, because most gothic movies, it's like ominous stairways and, darkness and fog. And this is not like that at all. This is very much a daylight terror film. And so I started researching what is Gothic. Where does it come from, and what is it that I think it is? Um, and basically, the first thing I thought when I was watching this film was it was like sort of like Burnt Offerings or Cries and Whispers or The Changeling, the Amityville Horror, those kind of things where it's this house situated off kind of on its own. I mean, I know it's in a neighborhood, but it's kind of on its own thing, which is a super big goth thing. And so, kind of as I went, uh, I kept feeling this really arresting. It was kind of frustrating gothic ambience. So I dug a little deeper, and I've got a little bit I want to say about the origins of gothic, if you're interested.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. Well, okay, so serendipitously, like I said, I was reading the liner notes to the Arrow version, which is Kat Ellinger's essay, which is quite good. Ellinger like clearly detects in the baby that it's drawing a lot of emphasis from Gothic literature, and she describes somebody named Anne Radcliffe, who basically was if not the creator, the popularizer of Gothic novels. And in fact, Anne, her name is spelled exactly the same as the protagonist from The Baby. So that seemed kind of interesting. So basically, after I did some research, I totally agree with Kat Ellinger on this, except, well, okay. Okay, first off, I should say, I think Kat Ellinger is a really insightful writer. And I think one of the people who's really done the most to kind of bring a certain like legitimate scholarliness to exploitation, but specifically horror movies. I mean, she's really, I think, been a strong advocate for that.
Agreed.
But
If anyone
she
ever
says
sees her name on a commentary track, always listen to it because it is always
absolutely.
very insightful.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And but there is something she says in the liner notes which I think is a mistake, because I was reading through Anne Radcliffe's like Gothic formula basically, and Ellinger says that in Gothic novels the young women are often presented as virginal and childlike in nature, which is true, very much so. But it's usually the case, she says, that evil forces at play seek to help keep these women in a state of innocence and therefore ignorance, so they remain powerless. But that, as I understand, Radcliffe's novels are the opposite. So, okay, let me just give you the basic beats of an Anne Radcliffe Gothic novel. So you've got like at the beginning, you've got the young heroine. She lives in this very pastoral, beautiful, Edenic world, and then there's like a betrayal. Sometimes it's like a parent dies, or worse, like a parent turns bad or remarries and the stepmother's bad or something like that. So, but the funny thing is, this relates to what you were saying about the sisters. It always happens to the heroine right on the cusp when she would normally be maturing into a young womanhood. She suffers some kind of disaster and she has to basically go on the run. And so this leads to her fleeing into a very non-pastoral place, which is like mechanized and sinful, and probably kind of an underworld. And it's usually populated by bandits, murderers, and rapists, as well as even supernatural elements that are supposed to show, I think, how like law and order has been supplanted by chaos, and so even the rational world doesn't make sense. And basically, so she sort of is in the midst of all this. But the thing is that typically there's a villain in it who's especially evil, of course, and he's sort of a tyrannical older man, typically sort of a photo negative of her father, who she almost always adores, and who's usually dead or missing somehow. And he always hides his like avarice behind this attractive manner. Like in one of Anne Radcliffe's later novels, The Italian, the main baddie is a Catholic priest who, his piety is a mask for very clearly hidden evil. Also, Radcliffe, by the way, was virulently anti-Catholic. She referred to
Woo!
the confessional booth. Well, wait, you're gonna love this, my friend. She referred to the cash. Shit. She referred to the confessional booth as a danger zone.
Well, yeah,
What?
the priests get all hot and bothered listening to it.
I know, but it's like cue the Kenny Loggins highway to the no. Anyway, but so basically, eventually, at the end of the novel, there's some sort of event that precipitates the heroine's rescue from this lonely place. But sometimes she'll come into like a fortune, or it'll turn out she's actually royalty and or a noble born. She didn't know it, and then she goes back to this pastoral world. Well, it's a new world, but it's very similar, and it's with a new family or circle of protectors that are kind of protecting her from the vicious rabble. And the funny thing is, Anne Radcliffe always is at pains to emphasize that it's through no fault of her own that the heroine is thrown into this state of affairs, which is especially interesting because her heroines never evolve or adapt during their sojourn in the fallen modern world. They remain passive and disengaged until they meet their inevitable new family. So instead of like confronting, the underworld or growing as a character, which is typically what coming of age novels were about, especially at the time, you'd have these things called the fortunate fall, where a person would, like a relative would die and they'd be forced into an orphanage or something like that, and then they grow and they become a fully developed character. But this isn't the case for these. She basically is rewarded for remaining exactly the same and just her vague goodness. It's very much, it's very Deus ex machina, where it's like, oh, well, okay, so she's been rewarded for that. That's nice, but what is it that we've learned? And so when you fast forward a few centuries, you get to the Gothic novels from like the 40s on, and they're basically like all knockoffs of Rebecca. Have you seen that Hitchcock
Yeah.
film? Yeah, great film, and it's a great book too. So it's a shame that these knockoffs are so bad because it reflects poorly on Rebecca, which is unfair because that's a great work. But basically, the themes and lessons in what you would call the modern Gothics are even more weird. So I read this great essay, and I'll link to this because it's so good. Joanna Russ wrote this very comprehensive and very funny essay about modern Gothics, like from the 40s through the 70s, 80s. And the essay is titled "Somebody's Trying to Kill Me, and I Think It's My Husband." you know, and she basically says they all have like a central theme, and the emotional center is a handsome, magnetic suitor or husband who may or may not be a lunatic, much like in Rebecca, who she calls the super male. But the interesting thing is, she says, is that the heroines in these are even more passive than the ones from a couple hundred years earlier. They're like, it's they're very hastily delineated. They're ill-educated, ordinary, characterless. They never have a job. They're usually none of them are over 30, And some of this, of course, is to so that the people who buy the pot boilers will relate because they make it vague enough that they can relate. They can kind of pour their own self into the character, which to an extent makes sense, so there's a stand-in for the reader. But it's so odd. It's like they're being rewarded for not changing and not moving. And basically, Joanna Russ says, in the face of this really extraordinary passivity, for if the protagonist of a novel is not active in some way, what on earth is the novel about? It is tempting to see these books as genuine family romances with the heroine as the child who is desperately trying to understand what the grown-ups are up to. The super male may indeed be a disguised version of the heroine's wished-for father. He is older than the heroine every time. He's always older. More intelligent, taller, stronger, cooler-headed. Oh, he's always cooler-headed. She's just a chowderhead. Richer and of high social position. And the heroine is often presented as a kind of child. She is precious to the super male simply because she exists like a child and is never independent. The modern Gothics are neither love stories nor stories of women as victims. They are adventure stories with a passive protagonist. So I'd like to talk a little about that sort of idea of an unnatural and enforced innocence and how that relates to the baby. But perhaps we should take an intermission first.
Yeah, I was gonna say we can do an intermission and we'll take off from there. And yeah,
Excellent.
we will be back in a few minutes.
All right.
All right, and we are back talking about The Baby from 1973, directed by Ted Post. Oh boy, what a movie. So before the break, Dan had just kind of brought up the both origins, but also kind of schematics of Gothic literature, and really not just literature, but the story.
Hmm.
And how that ties into The Baby is kind of what we're going to dive into now. And I guess not to start off, Dan, but I will say
No,
after
go
you had
ahead.
said all that, I do find it kind of interesting that the entire, trajectory of this movie now that you've said that, does remind me of something like Rebecca in the way you have, a social system. In that case, like a marriage. In this case, a more domestic household.
Definitely.
Quite literally crippling and repressing another person, and I do think in Gothic stories, obviously due to certain real world things, but also just tropes and whatnot. The obvious trend is always to have the woman in that passive place, and I think it's
Right.
interesting that if the baby is technically an entry into Gothic literature, which I'm now completely sold on, now that you've said all that.
Mm.
Um, it almost tries to ask the question, what would modern Gothic look like if the roles would reverse? And it would have to be something this extreme because,
Hmm.
in a very real way, stripping uh, in this world and society, stripping the man of his entire identity from birth is really
Hmm.
the only way to make this, right? Because
Hmm.
from birth, he is born with privilege. He is born with, a different physique. He is born with all of these advantages. So this is almost this weirdly grotesque acknowledgement that, the only way to reverse these roles are to essentially infantilize, the male
Yeah.
protagonist, which then in turn also highlights what is happening in the more subtle and traditional
Hmm.
Gothic narratives, because that is a form of infantilization, that we're seeing in things like Rebecca and whatnot. So,
Right.
I completely buy into that. I think that's fascinating, and I
Oh,
do think
cool.
it gets to the heart of the fact that a lot of people think Gothic is like the horror version of film noir, in that
Right.
it's an aesthetics thing. And obviously, there is a certain aesthetic that's usually paired with Gothic, but that's not the requirement. It's kind of like people who think Giallo has vibrant colors. A lot of times,
Ah.
Italian Giallo slasher movies were very colorful, but that's not inherently actually what made it that. It was the content of the story that you actually derive that classification of. Same thing with Gothic, where it's like, yes, you can have a black and white, drenched in shadows and thunder and lightning Gothic story. That's a great time, and that
Right.
certainly fits right in. But technically speaking, you can also have just a comedy in the same exact way, whatever, and it's not Gothic. So removing those elements doesn't actually change the fact that, it is or it is not Gothic, whereas it is the content of the piece. So, yeah, what were your thoughts
Yeah.
on how those, or I guess how the baby fits into that mold, or obviously rebukes
Right.
it?
Well, I think my fine feathered friend, I think you've basically said a lot of what I was already thinking. Although I do want to say one thing. You're absolutely right about like giallo doesn't have to be color. Film noir doesn't have to be shadows. I mean, I think of one of the great modern film noirs is that film with Stellan Skarsgård, Insomnia, or
Yes,
actually the Christopher Nolan one's pretty good too, actually. But
I actually
but it's
prefer the
like
Christopher
it's
Nolan movie. It's
do
one
you?
of
There
the
are some
it
that
is
do.
one of the only American remakes, and I'm not a Christopher Nolan fanboy. Like I like some of his
True.
films for sure, but I feel like he's sometimes more missed than he is hits, even though I appreciate him.
Sure.
But I genuinely think that this, for whatever reason, I think the original Swedish production of Insomnia, while decent,
Mhm.
actually doesn't quite, I don't know, live up to its atmosphere in the way that Christopher Nolan brought to it. I don't know. Maybe it's just I'm suckered in by
Mhm.
Pacino and Williams going at it or something. But I found
Oh, it's great.
the original Insomnia to be slightly boring, which is a weird thing to call a movie in which a cop is quite literally losing his mind as he tries to solve this murder of a very horrific
Right.
crime. So anyway, random tangent.
That's no, no, that's a fair point. I do like this. I think I like the Stellan Skarsgård one a little better because I saw it first. But the other thing is that Stellan Skarsgård's character is quite a bit. He's a quite a bit nastier in the sense that it's easy to imagine him being a corrupt cop who his partner's like not going to cover for anymore. And I mean, he gets into it a little with a high school girl where he's
Oh yeah,
super sexually assaulting her. I mean, briefly, but it's still creepy as hell. So in a way, I mean, not to say I don't like the other one. I do like the other one a lot, and I've probably seen them both the same number of times. But anyway, but I was just going to say that's an example of something where you've got a film noir which takes place in bright sunshine, or like you look at, we always think of horror as being in the shadows, but I mean, you look at like Midsummer, as I like to call it. I mean,
yeah,
that's like everything's done right in the daylight, and it's no less horrific for
yeah.
it.
No, that's true.
uh, so yeah, but going back to what we were saying about the baby, there is kind of this feeling of, like I said, right before the heroine is about to reach kind of sexual maturity, they're sort of arrested forever in this innocent state. And now Radcliffe's innocence and the modern ones in the 20th century too, they are they want to be that way. David Durant wrote an interesting article about this, and he says the heroines persist in their adolescent view and are proven correct. She will discover new parents and family as distant arbiters and absolute authorities. The adolescent will have to sacrifice any hope of adult status, ignore the real world, and live docilely as a child for all of her life. But it is worth it. The outside world is too fraught with perils to be endured. So you kind of see where I'm going with this. I mean, this is
Yeah,
it's like the baby's like the heroine, but in this case, it's being enforced upon him by cattle prod and psychological torture. I mean, it's a fascinating kind of switcheroo on that idea. I as soon as I started reading about it, I was like, God, I see this here, and the fact that his innocence is forced upon him under basically penalty of torture is deeply unsettling and unfortunately not impossible to imagine. Maybe not enforcing somebody's infantile demeanor, but just to be treated that way within the family, between the hearth and home, if you
I was
will.
gonna
So,
say the concept of sins of the father is actually a very realistic one, and I'm not talking necessarily about
mhm,
um, you know, violence perpetrated by women. I'm talking both sides of the aisle as far as when
sure.
parents lose sight of how to rear their child due to the marriage that they are in or not in, whatnot, and the child becomes collateral damage. And it's always one of those things where it's always posited as like, well, this is what I have to do because we
Mm.
didn't get dealt, 52 cars or whatever. And it's like, well, nobody gets a full deck, you just take the hand and whatnot. So yeah, I think that's what's kind of makes this movie even more uncomfortable is that no matter
Mm.
how strange and alien, obviously the conceptualization of this premise is rooted in a very I would say all too common psychological phenomenon when it comes to nuclear families all across at
Mhm.
least our country for sure. I'm not going to speak for other countries, but yeah, I think it's a pretty
No, I
universal
agree.
trait.
I think you're right. I mean, I don't know if you ever read Great Expectations in school or anything like that, but
No,
there's a character. No, it's not.
unless it's
It's
called
minor,
Great
Dickens.
Sexpectations, I have no interest.
Now that is major Dickens. Am I right, people? No, um, no. But there's a character named Miss Havisham who's this very bitter shut-in. She hasn't left her house in decades, and so she raises up this daughter, her this sort of adopted daughter, to be this beautiful but intentionally sadistic and emotionally unloving as her personal revenge on all of man, quote, mankind. And I feel like in some ways we're seeing Mrs. Wadsworth doing that same thing. Like you said, where there's the sins of the father are definitely being visited upon him. And it's just so dispiriting because you'll see that I have the quote here where she says, I find real comfort and joy in knowing my baby will never have to face all that hurt and ugliness out there. But if it has to be enforced through psychological and physical torture, I mean, you know what I mean? She's, I don't know if she believes it or if maybe on some level she does. I mean, just the fact that they're throwing that weird party for him is so dispiriting. Watching him crawling around and with the psychedelic lighting and all those, all
It's
those
so
guys
weird
in
that they
pleather.
throw him a party that is significantly coded as an adult party, despite
Yes,
the fact
exactly.
that they are insistent on, infantilizing him, obviously, at every turn, and how he's allowed to express himself as a human being, which I think is one of the biggest tells that Mrs. Wadsworth is essentially that this is a selfish thing. This has nothing to
Yeah,
do. This has nothing to do with baby or with whatever the relationship this mother has with this child. This is
right.
strictly how she wants baby to be ornamental in her life, and so that she can
Yep.
always have that stifled relationship. But yeah, the party is one of the for me you said the babysitter scene is the most transgressive scene, which it is. I feel like the
Hmm.
weirdest scene, just as pure why is this happening, is the birthday party,
Dude, yeah.
because those adults are completely acting like this is normal, but this is a weird lie agreed upon where everybody in the room clearly has their own opinions about what's happening, because you hear like one of them say like, oh, she's just that's so Mrs. Wadsworth is so sweet, like she sacrificed everything. But I swear you also hear like another person under their breath not make like a rude joke, but just kind of like, okay, yeah, like there's a little elephant baby in the room, the 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 conflicting ideologies about what's happening, I think, is just as palpable as the pot resin.
Yes, and by the way, I do want to say your synopsis is absolutely right about that too. I mean, there's just this decadence to the whole thing. I mean, I don't know. Well, okay. So it's funny. I was reading a little bit again about Gothics, and there's a great book called B Movie Gothic, which is usually about international films, like everything from India to Southeast Asia to South America and Sweden. The different ways that they've adapted, not the milieu exactly, not the environment. Although, I mean, yeah, there's some creepy stairs and hidden rooms and graveyards and stuff, but more about the themes. And one of the themes that the two guys who edited this book, this guy Justin Edwards and the other guy's Johan Hoagland, I think I'm saying that right. They said that the
Sure.
reoccurring themes, yeah, I mean, I hope Hoagland. No, anyway, so sorry. Anyway, but they said one of the reoccurring themes in Gothic films is a strongly permissive mood towards transgression and taboos indulged, as well as, this is a quote, the body is a site of monstrous sexualities, and the opening up and transformation of the body is the ultimate site of Gothic inscription. It's rather highfalutin, but I do think we kind of get all three of those during the party scene, and in particular where Alba convinces Dennis to put his hand in the lighter. It's a very, no pun intended or whatever, palpable, very. It's a weird gesture that is going on in real time while we have that nerve-wracking cross-cutting to Anne trying to free herself, and the baby's kind of he's like whining about the broken canned fruit and the noise and everything. Again, I feel like this is like, while it doesn't seem on the surface to look like Gothic, it feels like it has those themes. So I guess while
Absolutely.
we're, yeah,
Well, and not to
I guess,
mention that, but I
yeah,
always think running tandem with a lot of particularly modern Gothic stories is the element of psychiatry in general. When
yeah,
she goes to confer with the psychiatrist at the school, I feel like that's a pretty big tell that this movie is technically uh, not just comfortable with the premise in and of itself, but with also trying to dive into what is at the root of it, which a lot of gothic stories are essentially here's this strange either relationship, dynamic, whatever you want to call it, that's happening, and usually by the end of the story, it's less about the person who's at the middle of it figuring out
Hmm.
like some kind of twist or whatever, and it's more about them realizing what is buried deep within either that dynamic relationship, whatever. And so here we have a kind of a more modern approach. We have the kind of ending of Psycho approach, but
Right,
way
right.
more way more ingrained into the narrative of this movie than it was in that movie. Where it's like,
What? Are you saying that the ending of Psycho was tacked on a little? How dare you,
I
sir?
know, right? Oh man, that is still takes the cake for maybe the worst scene in an actual classic I've ever seen. But anyway,
I've heard a couple people say that, and I think you're in good company there when
yeah.
you say that.
But in this movie, the conference between the two psychiatrists, A was kind of, I mean, this is 73, so on the one
Mm,
hand, this was, certainly a part of the era of the movement where psychiatry and whatnot was actually starting to come to the forefront of public discussion and not just that of things behind closed doors and whatnot.
mm.
And so I think A is part of this time. I mean, there's literally references to what's your sign, to
Yeah.
basement psychiatry and whatnot. So this is very much of its era, but it also seems to be slightly progressive in not. What I find interesting is that Anne, for all of her, whatever you want to call it, flaws,
Mm,
which there
mm,
clearly are numerous by the end,
mhm,
um,
mhm,
is at least until shit gets too fucked up. Uh, the
mm.
answer doesn't seem to be immediately to remove baby from his home. It comes from a weird non-judgmental place. She's technically trying to meet with them on their level, despite the fact that it's fucked up and whatnot. So
Mhm.
I don't know. I found it to be weirdly entrenched in a compassionate mindset in that way, at least.
I would agree. There's a apparently there's another element, and we touched on it earlier with Jermaine and her late night visits to baby. But let's get into the subject of incest,
Let's do it.
which is
I gotta ring the
bring out the
incest bell.
perverts.
Hold on. I don't have it.
Oh, is there an incest bell? I didn't know
No,
we had an
someone
incest
took it.
bell.
Someone's borrowing it.
Uh,
Probably my
well, it's
friend
such a
Sarah
common
from
topic.
Minnesota.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
She's like, well, I need to use that bell because we talk about it so much that we
it's
have,
true.
so
She's
it,
obsessed with it.
yeah, it necessitates. Well,
Yeah, yeah.
well, apparently so were Gothic stories, from what I've read. There's like the constant threat of possible accidental and then sometimes not so accidental incest, like looming overhead, where it turns out somebody's related to somebody else in a way that they didn't initially know was the
Yeah,
case. I
that's
mean,
always
you know
yeah.
what I mean?
That's usually fiction's way of doing it when it wants to still be mainstream because they don't want
Hmm.
anyone to ever, I mean, understandably in the sense like I get why that's not mainstream, but for
Oh
people who want to
yeah.
like dip their pinky toe into the
Hmm.
incest pool, you have things like God, was it a TV movie or just a no budget movie
Mm.
with Matt Dillon called Liar's Moon, where it was like
Oh
this.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, do you remember that? I barely
I
remember it, but I
do.
remember it having the plot of like him and somebody I don't remember who the actress was. Basically, it's a romantic story, and they find out they're brother and sister at the end. Like that's the twist of that movie. Um,
Right,
and that was from
right.
the
Well,
'80s, I think.
that's actually the denouement of John Sayles' Lone Star. Although it done in a very sensitive way. But that's the plot wrinkle at the end of Lone Star. It's like, oh, we had the same father. It's intriguing. But I mean, it is something that comes up a lot. Uh, again, in a lot of these novels, there it smudges into what we might call electoral love. But like in one of Radcliffe's novels, the father straight up tries to seduce the daughter. And I don't know if this is true. This is total conjecture, but often you'll hear about Southern Gothic, right? And like Faulkner and Flannery O'Connor. And
Yeah.
I wonder if that might not be in part related to the struggle, which is understandable, to avoid inbreeding in less populated rural areas. And I wonder if that's where some of the Southern Gothic term comes from.
Well, I would say I'll offer something that's not even conjecture, but that's just wild speculation considering I haven't looked into anything. But my own
No,
feelings
that's cool.
about Southern Gothic and that trope, because that is actually, yes, that is very prevalent in Southern Gothic in particular. But
Totally.
I've always taken that as probably being reactionary of basically the unspoken fantasy of not mixing the bloodlines.
Ah, well,
Um,
there is. I mean, definitely amongst the higher end Southerners in the 1700s, 1800s, they definitely saw themselves as gentry,
yeah.
and very much like they were sort of royals in a sense. I
Oh
mean,
yeah.
I'm simplifying it grossly,
No,
but
but
you get the
yeah.
idea.
Oh yeah. But I mean that's why you have, like those fucking coming out parties and whatnot. Like
Oh yeah.
those parties are way more for some weird reason about the daddy giving his daughter away, but seemingly not giving
Mm.
her away. It seems a lot more like daddy's putting on a show to show that it's still his girl, whatever. And
I
but
agree.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, and it's funny because, like I said, I told you this during the intermission. I was telling Heidi all about this, about the stuff I learned about Gothic stuff, and she's read a few of these. I mean, she's a big fan of Jane Eyre, which is a brilliant work. That's actually one of the few Gothic novels that transcends all the tropes and becomes a real work of art in itself. But anyway, so we went and saw. So I tell her this over dinner, and then we go and see The Power of the Dog. And I
Oh
was like,
yeah.
this, I'm thinking to myself the time, like, this might qualify as it. But I'm like, I just got Gothic on the brain. So at the end, Heidi's like, well, speaking of Gothic. And I'm like, okay, good. Because it's got, the old house, a woman of no special qualities, a super male tormentor,
Like I
and
say,
the possibility of incest. I mean, do we even really ever know if she's the mother or the sister?
yep.
Because they interchangeably use terms. I mean, on the tombstone, I think at the beginning it says they're siblings, but I don't know.
Yeah, but and
There's a
you also
weird
have
question mark.
incredible repression, obviously.
Oh yeah,
So,
totally,
yeah,
totally.
that was a great movie. I'm
And then
glad to hear you saw that.
I really liked it. And I suspect it's going to win Best Picture. I might be wrong, but
That'll be
anyway,
interesting,
but
really quick,
mm,
because that'll be the
sure.
first time the Oscars, which I don't care about, but of course I'll always talk about them, but will have
Hmm.
chosen a streaming movie as Best Picture. They keep pretending to be
Yes.
allergic to that with things like Marriage
Hmm.
Story, The Irishman, and whatnot, where they'll nominate it, but then it won't. But I do think The Power of the Dog is the first time where it actually has a chance. So we'll see if that will actually change the tide of things to come. For worse, unfortunately.
Indeed.
Not to say anything on the movies themselves, but just
No.
of the trend.
No, no, I agree. I mean, granted, I saw Power of the Dog in the theater, and when last I looked, it had enjoyed maybe at least a 4 week run, which I was surprised. So it was definitely more than just your standard like perfunctory week long thing, like Ballad of Buster Scruggs, where it was like, okay, we're showing it for 1 week only, but it's just so it'll qualify for the Oscars, and then we're done. But I
I
mean, you also have like, well, you've got a couple films like Don't Look Up is also nominated, and that's streaming. I don't think that's been in the theaters at all, has it?
It was actually. I saw
Oh,
it.
okay.
It actually went to theaters before it hit Netflix, which is kind of a rare
Ah,
thing. And that's actually
yeah.
how I saw it because I kind of figured
Mm,
when my friend Alex asked me to see it,
hmm.
I mostly agreed because I thought if it got to Netflix, I probably wouldn't have actually sat down to watch it. So if I had
Sure.
just got up, and went to the theater, I'll sit through the whole thing, and I was not a
That's fair.
fan. But anyway, uh,
That's fine.
yeah.
I am, but that's okay. Yeah,
Well, that's
but
yeah.
we're still
We're
good.
all yeah. I mean, some of us are right, some of us are wrong, but we'll get to that later. But
Yes, but anyway, but yeah. So
back
Power of the
to the
Dog and
baby. Uh,
oh, right, right. Well, and
Um.
like, I mean, you've seen Old Boy, I'm sure. I mean, either of the Old
Oh
Boys,
yes,
I
I was
mean,
gonna say.
where that's the trap that the guy is put in, and that's part of the revenge, or
Yeah,
even
but
like
that's not his
Denis
fault.
Villeneuve's. No, no, but it still carries this terrible shame and horror. I mean, there's this real revulsion, like, I finally got you now, buddy. I got you in my trick bag with this one. Or like
That is a
Denis
pretty good trick.
Villeneuve's Incendies. It's a damn good trick. Like Incendies is that whole gothic weird thing too. So
Oh
I mean,
yeah.
it seems like it's all over. I mean, it does. I was realizing quite how much panic as a society, at least in the States, we feel about that and how it kind of keeps coming up in the like you said, the psychiatry aspects in this keeps coming out of the subconscious, as a monsters of the id, if you will.
Yeah. Before we get to closing thoughts, I do want to ask
Yeah.
then. So, with regards to incest, do you think Jermaine's tryst, so to speak, what do you think that's about? Do you think that that is her being in the same household, being a victim of her mother in the same manner that baby is? Well, not the exact same manner, but
Mm-hmm.
a similar and parallel manner, so that therefore the closest she feels to anybody is a person who also is under dominion of Mrs. Wadsworth,
Mm-hmm.
or do you think it is more of a kind of curio, like she's
Mm.
her own person, but because this exists, it's almost like you think you wouldn't, but also you also think people just wouldn't do this to people in general. So therefore, the
True.
scratching away of any actual moral code turns you into like a fucking libertine, or whatever. Like
Right.
I'm curious, what do you think of it in that respect?
Oh, I think you probably hit on it. I think it has to do, like I said, with the fact that both of the sisters have been shortchanged as far as developmentally. I mean, they are obviously allowed to at least become some semblance of adults, but there's still a great many things that are clearly verboten, clearly off limits. And I think for Jermaine, who's not as socially savvy as Alba, because Alba can go out and find guys. Obviously, she understands
Clearly.
her how to she knows how to use her sexuality. But Jermaine, who seems to be a more sensitive soul, she's the one who's trying to stop Alba from using the cattle prod. She's the one who's defending Baby the most, and I think in a way, yeah, I think like you said, there's a connection there. They're both in different ways stunted by the same parent, and also I think, like I said, with the babysitter, there's a biological function here. I mean, this is just because he's developmentally or whatever, supposedly at an infant stage, that doesn't mean his body isn't fully grown and past puberty and has entered this period where it has urges, and so I think in a way Jermaine is probably seeking some kind of communion, for lack of a better word, with the one person who, well, first of all, can't tell on her, and secondly, who I think she does feel real affection for. But the problem is again, when you're kind of caught in this place where you're not really given a real honest education, I mean, where you're not, I got the feeling maybe they didn't go to regular school, or if they did, it was kind of, like I said, catch and catch as catch can. So I think with that, you don't really understand. You don't develop some of the basic social codes and precepts. You don't start to identify them. So I think in that way, but I do also think Jermaine knows on some level that it's not kosher because she's doing it late at night. I think
Right.
does not want to risk the ire of her mom.
Well, and I think the fact that both she does it and the babysitter does it, I do think that that is a bit of what you had just said about you can't tell on them, which is like what I would call invisible man syndrome, where
Ah,
if you are given the ability to do something and you know for a fact without a shadow of a doubt that there can be no repercussions, does that make even the most pure shall we say falter, and
mm-hmm.
also in the case of like Jermaine, like the safest bet, like maybe because she's so stunted in essentially growing up in a similar way that she'd unfortunately, rather do it in this context because there is no attachment or room to actually try to process what's happening
Mm.
and and live with that. And so, yeah, I
That's an interesting point about the Invisible Man, because I do think that's true. I mean, power, that kind of power would corrupt even a scrupulously moral human being. And so then you take somebody like Germain, who has been, I would say, psychologically abused to an extent uh, and stunted. Yeah, I could easily see somebody doing that and going, well, at least, I'm doing it, but I'm doing it with somebody who I'm getting this thing that I need to do done with, and I'm doing it with the person who I trust the most. And as you say, won't tattle, you know.
I wish you hadn't said the word
So
tattle. Um,
I'm gonna cut that. No, I'm not.
no,
Sorry.
yeah, with great power comes great babysitting responsibilities. So,
Right,
um,
right,
all right,
exactly.
before we
Uncle Ben.
officially do final ratings, I have one final question, which is
Sure.
Dan, if he were alive today or when this movie came out, really, do you think this would be Sigmund Freud's favorite movie?
Oh, that's an interesting question. I think he would find a lot in it. That's a good question. Huh.
I'm
Yeah, I
mostly
would
being
say I would say maybe not
facetious.
a favorite. Well, maybe not a favorite, but I'd be curious what Anna Freud, his daughter, what she thought of it. That'd be interesting.
I just imagine like what do you call it? Sigmund Freud like seeing this randomly in the theater on 42nd Street and then just like having this come to God moment of like Chicken Little like I was right.
I've been saying this for years. Nobody listened.
You
Well, I
motherfuckers made fun of me.
well, I will say I don't think a movie like this could have happened without the genius of Sigmund Freud's theories. I mean, I'm not saying that everything he says is great, but I mean, he's had a profound effect on our culture in a way that few
Yeah,
individuals have,
he gave us Frasier.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I what does Fraser always say? I am listening, or
Yes,
what was
sir.
it? Something like that.
It's I'm
Yes,
listening, yeah.
yeah. I am.
Um,
Yes.
but Niles, his brother, was a Jungian, so it's just like
Cha-
siblings, always going at it. So, all right,
Yeah.
let's
True.
go into final ratings. I'll go first, really quick. I'll say that I think this movie is pretty great because it actually exceeds its reach, in my opinion. On the
Yeah.
surface, it has a premise, and I'll rewind a second to say there are some exploitation movies that I find are interesting, but I would say that they favor uh, premise over promise. And in this case, I thought the
Sure.
movie
That's
actually
nice.
exceeded on both fronts. And not only do we get the carnival attraction of seeing what the hell this is, when with the central performance, and of course the actual rigorous adherence to a respectable tone by Ted Post, which only makes the movie creepier. It only makes the movie. Basically, everything is enhanced by Ted Post's steady hand. It
Hmm.
works on every conceivable level. So I would say that because of that, it once you get over the Ripley's Believe It or Not aspect of it, it's just genuinely kind of a whatever you call it, a fascinating movie that actually does have some great layers to it. So, yeah, I give it
Hmm.
4 out of 5 stars. I think it's pretty fantastic. I do think it has kind of a ceiling as to how much you can get out of it due to the central premise and its laser focus on that in a slight what do you call it? What do I want to say? Like the minor characters are in some ways pushed to the side.
Sketchily drawn.
Yes,
Oh,
because
sure.
of that. And that's totally fine. It still works. But if those were maybe shaded just a little bit more, if we were left asking less questions about some of their actions, and
Hmm.
uh, more able to zone in on a whatever you call it, a more realized portrait of the entire household. This is pretty
Yeah.
close to being kind of like a classic. But uh, having said that, it's still pretty fantastic, and I totally recommend it to anybody who thinks that it is just a weird sounding movie, because it is that, and it will live up to that. That's the thing. It lives up to that completely.
Hmm.
But, after that point, there's actually still some stuff for you to grab onto. So, Dan, Jeremy Brooks,
Absolutely.
what did you think?
So you said 4 stars you give it?
I did.
Oh, that's what I give it too.
Wow.
I was it was a good movie, but then the again it was one of those instances where the ending uh, colored my perception in a more positive way of the rest of the movie. It made it all feel like a payoff in a way. And I don't mean that in an overly mercenary sense of like, all right, well, we finally got the thing, but it actually makes the rest of the movie make even more sense, which is a pretty great thing for an ending to do. Because often it's the opposite, especially in this era of the gotcha endings, you know. So I very much liked it. And I can't think of, as you said, I can't think of almost any movie like it. Tonally, certainly not plot wise. And yeah, I feel like it's a brilliant kind of riff on the gothic ideas, and I loved it. Yeah, 4 stars.
Right on. That is our discussion and review of The Baby from 1973, directed by Ted Post. Before we end the episode, we are going to move into a segment we like to call
Mhm.
the A List. Theme music playing. Do 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 do
Oh,
do.
I gotta watch that! Oh my god,
Oh
it's
boy.
got explosions, karate. Anyway, sorry.
Ah,
I love that. That's like
this is
we
pretty
just
great.
talked about that so much, it just kept coming.
Oh
Okay,
yeah,
anyway,
I
so
think it
yeah.
should be you. So anyway,
It's in there.
okay, good.
Mhm.
And we're into the A list, a segment in which we pair this B movie that we just talked to with a either more well-known film or more accessible film, and I mean that both in the ways of to procure it, and also maybe in that it may have slightly more either well-known stars or a more tolerable plot to mainstream audiences. Um,
Mhm.
I'm gonna go first for this one.
Go ahead.
Um, I'm going to break my own rule because I said I wasn't going to do this in a previous episode, but now I'm going to do this where I'm actually going to recommend a movie not because I like it, but because I couldn't think of anything else.
Oh, that's fair.
So, for how weird the baby is, the movie that I'm thinking of, and I'm going to look it up right now so I remember the year, um,
Mhm.
but a movie that kept popping up into my mind because I remember when it came out, I rented it on VHS and thought that there was no way that a movie would do this and take it seriously, and it did. And for me, that is 1996 Jack by Francis Ford Coppola, um,
Ah.
which is such a funny thing to say. Oh, Coppola, what were you thinking? I haven't.
Well, and it does feature a strong supporting performance by Bill Cosby, who
Oh
remains
God,
one of my he remains one
one
of
of
my
your
favorite
one of your heroes.
anesthesiologists. Yeah,
Yeah. Oh, brother.
it's not
Yeah,
my joke, but it's a
Jack,
good joke.
the movie by Francis Ford Coppola, in which honestly I haven't seen it since it was on VHS, but I remember that it's basically he's born as like an adult because he ages very
Hmm.
quickly, right? It's like a
Yeah.
yeah. So anyway, you're watching Robin Williams play a fifth grader or whatever it is throughout the whole movie,
Mm.
and obviously, Robin Williams is an incredibly talented and gifted person, and certainly.
Mm.
On paper, this premise is probably more suited to him than just about any other actor at that time. Um, but it is a good example of how, in this case, we have an even more famous, well, clearly more famous director and clearly a more
Mm.
famous actor and way more of a disaster of a movie than the baby.
Hmm.
And yeah, I don't have too much to say with it other than having put this out there, I now want to watch a double feature of the baby and Jack one night just because that sounds uh, too good to be true to try to sit through
We
in one evening.
we should do that. I would love to do that. Uh,
I'd be down.
y- Yeah, Jack is not a successful film. I will say that. I mean,
No.
it's competently directed. It just doesn't
The
work
problem
for
is
me at
when you
all.
do a movie like The Baby or like Jack, if you do it wrong, you fail miserably. There is no middle
Yes.
ground to a movie like this or The Baby. Um,
Right.
to to enter the ring with this premise, if you do not knock out your opponent, you are going to be knocked out yourself,
Mm.
and that's
Yeah.
essentially what happened with Jack, unfortunately. But uh,
True.
Dan, what about you? What is your pick for the A list for pairing with The Baby?
Well, I have two films, and I don't want to hear any shit about it either. I got two
You
films
know we
because
have
they
a
work
rule that
together.
says pick one
I
movie.
Rules are boring, dude. Uh, so anyway, okay. So the first one is Kari Joji Fukunaga's Jane Eyre from 2011. I mentioned it earlier, Charlotte Bronte's novel, and it really is the greatest, probably, of all Gothic stories. And it's very much, the idea of. I wanted to recommend something that feature what I would call the Walden wife trope, if you will, or just a mentally unwell person who's made a sort of prisoner that most of the people don't know about. And that's a very big part of this, and to an extent, Rebecca too, where his first wife conveniently falls and dies, even though she's terrible and blah blah blah, hits her head, and then he buries her in the water, and then the body returns, and in a sense, it's very much like this, where we have this sort of hidden guilt that's been sort of squirreled away somewhere. And I think this particular Jane Eyre is quite good. I mean, there's others, there's some that like there's literally two or three dozen adaptations of this going back to the silent era. But I think this one, it's not as long and it doesn't have the same lived in quality as maybe like a couple of the BBC adaptations where you really get time to see the characters slowly get to know each other, which is important. But I think this one is probably the of the ones I've seen, I've only seen a couple. This one I think is the one that's probably freed the most from any kind of unconscious or otherwise patriarchal gaze. So it's Jane Eyre is very much a fully formed character. She's every inch the equal of the Rochester character. And so Jane Eyre is played by Mia Wasikowska,
Oh,
and
that's right.
Rochester's. Yeah, it's
I
quite.
couldn't
I mean,
remember
and
what
then
adaptation this was until you said her, and I remember
oh
that one.
no,
Yes.
well, it's and Rochester is played by the incomparable Michael Fassbender, who I've made no bones about being I think one of the great living actors.
And
And
who's currently
but it's
filming a movie in my hometown. He is
oh
apparently
yeah,
right down the street right now with David Fincher. I don't know why, but yes, they are filming a movie right here in St. Charles, Illinois. So whatever.
yes, yes, and I'd like to think Tilda Swinton is there too. I don't know if she's in any of the scenes that are set in St. Charles, but apparently she's in the film, so kind of exciting. But yeah, Fassbender, I was like, wow. Of all the actors, I'm like, he'd be one of those guys where I'd be like, oh, I genuinely really like to meet him. Like, 'cause most people, I'm like, I want to leave them alone, let them have their private life. But somebody like that, I'd be like, I actually might have a few questions. So anyway, it doesn't matter. But I
First,
will
how
say,
dare you?
yeah, right, fair enough. I would just be like, dude, you and Frank, that movie destroyed me emotionally. I love that movie
That's a
so
good one.
much. I love that movie. Oh, it's so good. Oh God. Anyway, so what I was going to say is, Charlotte Bronte's Jane Eyre is very much like a Victorian era work. It's got like I said, the Fortunate Fall, where she goes to a school for orphan girls, and she learns self reliance, and there's personal reversals that lead to strength and everything. Anyway, but the direction is quite good. Fukunaga, who helmed the whole first season of True Detective, which is quite good, and I think even more impressively, the miniseries Maniac from 2018, which I could not recommend higher. I think he does a really good job of compressing what is, in fact, a very long storyline. And so I would say Jane Eyre from 2011 is a great choice. And the other one I would say is Yorgos Lanthimos's Dogtooth, which is, again,
That's
I
a
mean,
good
it
one.
doesn't seem like
Yes, I should have
it's
thought about that one.
it didn't come right to mind. It took me a while of really just sitting thinking about it. But I shouldn't say too much about it other than it's about another kind of enforced quarantine by parents of their children and kind of the bizarre abnormalities that develop out of that traumatic removal from the world, much like, the baby and Jermaine and Alba in the baby film. It's sort of about the emotional fallout that comes from like this pathological shielding of your kids from the world, the fallen world. And there's a particular scene where the father is playing Frank Sinatra's Fly Me to the Moon. He's playing the record and he's translating because it's set in Greece. So the kids don't know English and he's, quote, translating to them the lyrics. And it is funny and yet it haunts me. I think about it a lot and I don't know why, but it's something about it just cut me to the quick. So I would say Kari Joji Fukunaga's Jane Eyre and Yorgos Lanthimos' Dogtooth are a pretty good two sides of the same equation.
Yeah, and much better movies than Francis Ford Coppola's Jack. Uh,
True,
yeah,
but still.
not that that's hard thing to do, but yeah. Well, that's going to wrap up this episode of Projexploitation. If you are looking for us, you can find us on our website, which is projexploitation.com. That's
Yep.
PROJEXPLOITATION.com. On
Just like how
Twitter,
it sounds, people.
yep, exactly. On Twitter, you can
Sorry.
find us at ProjectsPod, and we are also on Twitch, which we are actually live streaming this one right now for the first time to see how it works. Got a lot of rapscallions in the chat right now who will be getting a spanking, just like the baby, a little later.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
Yes, yes.
and you
If
can
I may,
also,
I just
yeah.
want to, if I may, I just want to say that the you who are sending vituperation towards my main man Nick, let me tell you something. You pick a fight with him, you pick a fight with me too. As Mob Deep would say, his beef is mine. So
Well,
just
that's
know that you've made an enemy today.
Well, mostly that was directed at a individual named Walter. So that's right,
Uh
Walter.
huh.
You've got another thing
Mm-hmm.
coming. So, yeah, that's gonna about wrap up this episode. Of course, you can listen to our podcast anywhere podcast feeds are pulled, whether it's Apple Podcast, Spotify, fuck them, Stitcher, or anywhere else feeds are pulled. So yeah, that's gonna about do it from myself, Nick Cheney, and my co-host Dan Jeremy Brooks. We'll catch you on the next reel. Me too. And yeah, uh, we will be back after a slightly longer intermission. All right, and welcome to another episode of Projexploitation. My name is Nick Cheney, and with me is my apparently metal
Mm.
co-host, Dan Jeremy
Mhm.
Brooks. Dan, how are you?
Mom and dad and son watched a blonde bombshell on their home projector. They went to the circus and brought back a woman who looked just like her. And she fucked them each and then vanished, that puckish coquette. And that more or less is the plot of the Licorice Quartet.
Wow. Okay, what was that one?
Oh, this is actually a song from this millennium. It's by Olivia Rodrigo. It's a driver's license.
Oh,
I got
okay.
addicted to it last year, and then it became a huge hit. So I was like, so every time I'd be in like a bar, I'm like, oh, I actually know this one. This is great. Yeah,
Well,
it's a great melody too.
that's pretty great. I have to admit, I've
Thank you.
always heard of her and the title of that song, but I don't think I've actually, or if I have heard it, I didn't know I was listening to it. I'll put it that way.
That's
Um,
fair.
but
I
yeah,
would say it's probably the best track on the album, although there are quite a few other good tracks. But it's definitely a breakup album where a lot of the songs are addressed directly. Well, pretty much almost, I think pretty much all of them are addressed to somebody who broke her heart and is provided a great deal of fodder for songwriting. And so sometimes it gets a little redundant at times, but I think she's very talented. So I'm looking forward to seeing what she does next.
well, right on. Today we're going to be talking about the Licorice Quartet from 1970. Before we dive too deeply into it, and before I read off the summary that I wrote, we'll just discuss a little bit about some of the behind the scenes personnel, as we are wont to do here on Projexploitation. The Licorice Quartet is a movie from 1970 directed by Radley Metzger. For those who are unfamiliar, Radley Metzger is one of the most legendary sex filmmakers. He is arguably responsible for directing the what's routinely cited as the greatest pornography film ever made, which is the opening of Misty Beethoven. He made
Mm.
about five, I think, actual hardcore pornography films during the golden age, in the 70s and 80s. Under the porn de plume Henry Paris or Henry
Nice.
Paris, but that is Radley Metzger, and his other movies, like the one we're going to talk about today, his softcore features, shall we put it, were made under that name. But Radley Metzger is just one of my personal favorite filmmakers, and of course, this movie, in and of itself, is one of my all-time favorite films. But Radley Metzger himself is just a real student of film. He went to Columbia University in New York, to study
Mm.
film. And he said, more so than obviously going to film school itself, was that in the 50s he worked as a film editor. And I think one of the most, what do you call it? He said one of the most, I don't even know what I'm trying to say. One of the most
Mm.
educational things that he ever
Mm.
did before he became a film
Mm.
director was when he was actually hired and employed by Janus Films. Janus
Mm.
Films is the theatrical distribution company that most people today know as the Criterion Collection. The Criterion Collection
Mhm.
is their home video subsidiary, that company, but Janus Films still is working today for theatrical distribution, and they go back all the way to about the 50s and so, and we're really at the forefront for importing all of those classic foreign and art house pictures that came out outside of North American region. And so he
Mhm.
actually was hired by them to edit trailers for them, so not only did he have to obviously create trailers for movies that pretty much had already existed and had already kind of been in circulation, but he had to come up with trailers that would kind of entice entice the certain kind of art house crowd for the American audiences. And it's because of that, because he had to watch all these movies by Fellini, Bergman, Antonioni, Godard, and Truffaut and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
He got his own, crash course in world cinema, and particularly what he was in love with, which was Euro cinema at large. And that's why he pretty much went kind of straight for that kind of European mentality. I mean, before even the movie we're going to talk about, The Licorice Quartet, he had already filmed a movie in Italy because he was already kind of enamored with shooting abroad with international casts and whatnot. And so it's very much in his DNA before he became a pervert, or maybe he was a pervert at birth, who knows, that he was first and foremost interested in the visual medium of cinema and the boundaries that either did or did not exist within it. And so he made the Licorice Quartet at the tail end of the 60s, and it kind of jump-started what I would say his actual heyday, pretty much everything in the 70s and then the 80s. From this point on to then his hardcore efforts in the late 70s and early 80s were definitely what brought him into prominence as an actual known figure in the cult cinema world. But for my money, The Licorice Quartet is his greatest film, his greatest hardcore film, even though people say it's the opening of Misty Beethoven, which is fantastic. For me, it's Barber Broadcast, which I think is slightly better, slightly more surreal, much like this one, whereas the opening Misty Beethoven is pretty much just a straight-up modern Pygmalion pornography adaptation. It's Jamie Gillis, who is a legendary porn actor, plays the Higgins type character with I believe Constance Money plays the damsel that he tries to turn into the ultimate sexual being and to pass her off at the most lavish orgy and whatnot. It's a great film because, as we see in this movie, Radley Metzger was concerned with these lavish sets and very intellectual musings, but it's very easily, I would say, his most accessible film, aside from the fact that there's unsimulated fucking. So, The Licorice Quartet is, as I said earlier, a 1970 film. It stars basically four main people, and so here's the thing: the cast lists them, understandably so, as father, mother, son, and the visitor. The person playing the father is Frank Wolf. Playing the mother is Erica Remberg. Playing the son is Paolo Turco, and the visitor is played by Silvana Venturelli. And almost all of these are people from completely different countries and nationalities, and they even spoke different languages. And that leads to one of the film's more, in my opinion, fascinating elements that really adds to the dreamlike atmosphere, which is that they aren't, not only are they dubbed, but two of the actors dub over themselves, so none of the sound was used live, but Erica Remberg and Frank Wolf actually dubbed their own voices, and then Paolo Turco and Silvana Venturelli are apparently too Italian. No, but their English was not their first language, understandably, and they did speak English for the actual mise en scène, but their accents were too thick for them to actually be used. So those two characters are dubbed. It all adds to this very strange, but also extremely European way of, in that era, of low budget kind of sound production. But mostly it just, like I said earlier, adds to that kind of dreamlike atmosphere where you're never quite sure if what you're watching is supposed to be taken at face value or if it is happening outside of the reality in which you're observing it. But yeah, those are kind of the main players of the Licorice Quartet. I'm really quickly going to read the summary I wrote, and then we will get into the conversation at large. Um, so normally me or Dan write a very long summary because we,
Hmm.
whatever. That's just what we do.
Because
This
we're
one,
pedantic.
pretty much. This one, I guess I wouldn't
Yeah.
say is short, but is much shorter than I normally go for because I got into the idea that if you actually try to talk about what happens in this film, all you're really doing is literalizing interpretations. So, in order
Hmm.
to try to give a definitive account of what happens in this movie, I mostly avoided talking about things that could be taken, at taken up against as far as counter arguments as to whether it actually happened or not. So I mostly only go through the broad strokes of the movements of the film.
That
So
makes sense.
without further ado, the summary of the Licorice Quartet. The story revolves around four characters known only as a man, his wife, her son, and the visitor. Images of a stag film fill the screen as we hear the man moan and laugh at the pornographic celluloid playing. In the drawing room of a lavish castle, a man and his wife, along with her adult son, take in the movie. The father is amused, the mother is curious, and the son is annoyed. The reel is in bad shape, and comments are made about the actors, the nature of sex cinema, and whether they've seen this one before or not. When the son gets fed up, he insists that they go out for the night. Despite not disclosing what he has in mind, his mother and the father go along with him. It turns out that he wanted to visit the traveling carnival that's in town. While there, the trio spectate a death-defying stunt known as the Wall of Death, in which motorcyclists ride around a bowl-shaped pit, gaining enough speed to even be able to ride along the walls, sometimes in tandem with each other. At the end of the act, the lead rider takes off their helmet, only for it to be revealed that she looks an awful lot like the main woman in the film they were watching before coming, albeit with brown hair in place of the blonde hair she had in the film. Unable to let this possible coincidence go, the father finds her after the show to both compliment her on her riding skills and to invite her back to the castle for a nightcap. She accepts, and the movie abruptly cuts back to the castle with all four of them in attendance. After some small talk, magic tricks, and passive aggression, the father finally cues up the film for them to watch with the presumed star in attendance. At this point, reality is seemingly upended, as the film they are watching features a different woman than the one they saw previously, and their collective bewilderment amuses the woman. The father insists she stay the night, and after some pushback, she accepts. When she retires to her room, she gazes in the mirror while removing her wig to reveal the blonde hair she hides underneath. The next day features 3 elongated segments, intersped with flashbacks, non sequiturs, and reality-breaking editing techniques that would be too opaque to literalize in a summary. The gist of the day is that each of the trio gets alone time with the woman, who is teasingly showing off her blonde hair the next day. Each of them have a private tryst with her, in completely different parts of the estate, and each of the rendezvouses have their own stylistic bent and foothold in reality. The father takes her to the castle's library, a wonderfully modern take on vapid intellectualism, as the set dressing makes it clear that the books aren't as important as the ideas he gets out of them, or at least the ones he actually reads. Those ideas are sprawled out all over the floor in carbon-copied entries from a dictionary of words that are both explicit and suggestive sexually in nature. The son gets his moment alone with her in the form of a sprawling dance sequence that is focused less on synchronicity and more on the playful joviality of young love. It starts in the castle, but it ends in the greener pastures outside of the imposing edifice. Finally, the mother is found alone in the drawing room when she is visited by the stranger. She laments about the disconnect between her and her current husband, and about how she's always been curious about other things. As the reel plays in front of her on the screen, the visitor cradles her, and it's not long before the images on the screen are in fact of the visitor and the mother having their own tryst, while also having one in the present reality on the couch. When the moment is over, the visitor is replaced by her husband, who is now watching the film alongside his wife. At this point, the full context of a repeatedly shown flashback is shown. That of the son as a little boy walking in on his mother and her now husband in the middle of an intimate moment, followed by another man walking in on the scene, only to be shot down. This answers the repeated question throughout the film of the visitor opaquely asking, "Who has the gun?" In the movie's final sequence, we are shown the light of the celluloid playing the reel once again. It is seemingly the movie from before, and we're even hearing dialogue from the opening scene throughout, even though the voices sound different. Upon further inspection, it is revealed that the people in the castle are now, in fact, the performers that were in the original video in the opening scene, and the quartet who were occupying the castle are now acting out the parts in the stag film that they were so feverishly watching earlier. The castle inhabitants get bored of the film and decide to go out for the night. The projector stops playing.
That was really good. I don't think that seemed like you gave the plot any short shrift. I thought you were pretty
I
complete.
was going to say, it's complete in the sense that certainly I think, covered all the bases, but there's so much that leaves out as far as what's actually on the screen and what's...
True.
I mean, I barely touch on the fact that, there's that entire historical thread that runs throughout it as to the past of these characters, whether it's,
Right.
To be believed or not, because it's kind of really reality in this entire movie is ambiguous as to whether it's happening or not. But yeah,
Sure.
so there's so much to get into, obviously. But that is a good example of how this movie is way more than its plot. It is more about the mise en scène of the film, as far as this gorgeous location. I mean, this castle in Italy is just huge, but also weirdly inviting, at least interior-wise. The outside certainly looks, old and whatnot, but the interior is very, very homey, at least in certain parts of the castle. Other parts it looks like a dungeon. But what I find fascinating about this movie is that it's all in the editing, which makes sense because that's obviously, as I mentioned earlier, how Radley Metzger got his start, and how he doesn't really adhere to the common rules and structures of editing a film. And so I'll open up my opening thoughts and say I think this movie is a masterpiece. I think pretty much everything about it, for me at least, is perfect. It's hard to talk about it because of the fact that in one way when I watch this, I feel like it's tailor made for me, as someone who is very into sex cinema, but also into very surrealistic pieces, but also chamber pieces where characters are trapped in a room. Like this is all my sexual kinks, my cinematic kinks, and really my spiritual kinks. So it's a weird hodgepodge of things that I'm very into in general. But beyond all that, I think even so, I've shown this to at least a few people who were at least somewhat interested in watching it, and they were surprised by how much they were taken by it too, considering they probably never would have chosen to watch this, understandably. But I think the central quartet of these four actors are actually really good. In particular, I think Frank Wolf is so good as the father, and he tragically took his own life about a year after the movie was released. And I hate to whatever you call it, project whatever, but I do think that there is a kind of ferocity to his performance in this that I can't not look at it through the lens of his future actions and whatnot. But very much I think he really does give himself over to this role, which I think on paper seems like it's more of a, I don't know, like a cad, because of the way he's always joking and being kind of whatever, wascally. But in reality, there's much like all of the characters except for maybe the visitor, because she's certainly the most oblique character, but all the trio is dealing with some kind of repressed emotional scarring. I think he really performs perfectly in the way that I think Radley Metzger was intended, which is to be front and foremost about making this a almost I don't know, a sex film that is kind of not full of itself whatsoever as far as just trying to entertain not necessarily the masses, but um, be self-aware about the nature of sex cinema, both its place in relativity with other cinema, but also its place within social relationships, where it's kind of funny that I wasn't around, but I've heard stories, obviously, from even people that I'm related to who, used to.
Mm.
It's wild to me that this actually used to be a pretty common thing. I'm not saying every social circle did it, but when, like during the 70s and whatnot, when, or in the 80s, particularly with, VHS, whatever, but putting on, shall we say, a stag film during certain events
Right.
was pretty common. But like today in 2022, if you're having a poker game with your buddies and somebody just brings up YouPorn on their computer and just like puts it next to the table, what? I'm not allowed back at their house? Like that's just not fair. Um,
I agree. It's like they had sent you all those signals saying that they wanted you to do
yeah,
that, and then once you did, they totally betrayed you.
I'm the bad guy here. Oh my god. But
Exactly.
no, but
S-
I find that that's what's funny about watching this, nowadays is that the movie is obviously surreal and supposed to be taken abstractly, but I also think that in today's audience, if you don't know a lot about cinema of yesteryear and whatnot, you may think that that's part of the weird part. I'm like, that's the most normal thing in this,
Right.
entire film is that, yeah, sometimes people got together and watched a fuck film because it was such a weird novelty. And it's like, you could not do it. And because only one person had it and, the rest didn't and whatnot. Um, but in this movie, it is certainly taken to a weirder extreme considering an entire family is watching it together. Although we are treated, at least to, I think, the pretty unambiguous information that the father is not his father. That's why I love basically calling them the man, his wife, her son. Like that, um, shall we say, identification of those characters, I think, succinctly explains the relationship between them and why things are weirdly strained amongst them
Mm.
all. But yeah, to kind of summarize my opening thoughts, I'll just say that before we before we go to you and then open it up at large, that I think
Mm.
this movie is a great rebuke to the idea that sex cinema cannot only thinks with its private parts, so to speak. Um, it is very much a pretentious art house film in the best possible way. I think it actually is inviting that kind of pejorative talk, because it it literally, I mean, the opening scene, the first 10 minutes or so, when they're all sitting there and watching the movie and they're commenting on the action. First of all, I always kind of find that depiction fascinating in any piece of media when you see characters in a piece of media watching another piece of media, and that's what we are
Right.
watching. Because on the one
Hmm.
hand, that should almost never work in any piece of media because it should be the most boring thing in the world. But in the hands of a master, there may be nothing more cinematic than that event because it is so inherently tied into the medium itself, and obviously what we are doing every single moment we are processing cinema. It just in this case is
Hmm.
applied to an often marginalized genre of cinema. Um, so yeah, before we get too far into it, Dan Jeremy Brooks, this was your first time, I think, well, your first experience with this movie.
Hmm.
What were your overall thoughts about the Licorice Quartet?
It's funny you said masterpiece, and I have to admit that was a word that kept coming to my mind too as I thought about it days later. I think I even wrote you. I'm like, I didn't expect it to be a masterpiece. Which again, I mean, that's high praise, but I think it's warranted. I, it's interesting. Well, I do want to talk about stag films later on, because I did a certain amount of
When don't
research just to
you?
kind of figure out. Well, exactly. I mean, it's like I try to bring it up in almost every couple days in a conversation just to see what people think, dip the toe in. Anyway, one thing I do want to say just right off the bat about the actors is it's interesting that, well, first of all, I agree with about what you said about Frank Wolf. In a way, he reminded me a little of some of Gig Young's later movies, like They Shoot Horses, Don't They, or Bring Me the Head of Alfredo Garcia, where it's like it feels like a very real kind of dissolute, like vitiated despair. Like it's less performed than just deeply felt. And Gig Young, of course, was a suicide as well. And so you feel this kind of weariness, and it doesn't feel like acting. It just feels like just right. And it is interesting though, because this was the final film, obviously for him, and it was Erica Renberg's last film.
Oh yeah.
And then Silvana, right, and then Silvana Venturelli only did one more, and then she retired. And now the other two, I could see.
I think that
I don't.
definitively proves that as an actor, there was
hmm.
nowhere to go from here. I mean, you peaked with cinema.
I mean, it's true. I mean, it's like it's a bit like James Dean in a sense, and I don't mean that hyperbolically. I mean, it's like okay, you, but in a way, I think. I mean, I could see the two older actors. And I'm not trying to be glib when I say the term retiring about Frank Wolf. I think anyone who knows me knows I take that sort of thing pretty seriously. But just for lack of a better word, but Venturelli, it feels like we're just scratching the surface of her talent here. It's like, I mean, she has a very intriguing profile. She's a very taut and kind of strongly demarked chin of an actor, maybe from one of the Nordic states, like Sweden or the Netherlands. Like I'm thinking somebody like Rebecca Ferguson or like Ria Rasmussen. Although obviously in this she's dubbed in with clearly a French accent. I mean that's the intent there.
Which I almost felt
But
was parodic, intently so.
oh yeah, oh yeah, yeah, like the sort of Bardot-esque quality. Well, and then of course, so much of the plot hinges on Saint-Tropez in France at the end of the war. So, but I think Venturelli's got a really subtle way in a lot of scenes, and it's especially noticeable right after the whole Wall of Death sequence. Which, by the way, I kept thinking of that great opening credit sequence from Derek C. and Francis, The Place
Oh, the
Beyond the
place beyond
Pines.
the yes, I as
Yeah,
well.
I love that. Well, actually, there's a great song by Richard Linda Thompson called "Wall of Death" too. So I thought of that too. But anyway, but it's interesting how the father, if you will, I'm just going to say father, just even though, but I'm going to say father character. She immediately catches the subtext of him congratulating her, and we can see like her game face kind of transitioning from one kind of job or profession, maybe is the word, to another. She's like, oh, but you've done lots of other interesting and very dangerous things. And there's a real like insouciance and ripeness to her patter, and especially her stare. It's very startling, and not just because of its intensity, but because of her, well, seemingly unpracticed like ability to switch emotional gears really fast like that. But basically their whole conversation, I think, is opening pleasantries included, is really about, it's not about the words said. It's all in aid basically of her studying him long enough to conclude, okay, he's rich, he's well bred, he's not a creep off the street, and he's most likely not a serial killer. And then him knowing that that's what she's doing and giving her time to make that assessment. I've seen a lot of erotic films where they have this scene, and most of them I think get it wrong. I think this one felt really right and natural. So right off the bat, I have to give a lot of kudos to the actors for that, especially considering, as you say, several of them were speaking something other than their native tongue. So, but I wanted to say a little bit about Luigi Pirandello because there's an opening epigram from epigraph, I should say. Sorry, there's an opening epigraph from his play Six Characters in Search of an Author, which is a play I love, 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 love.
Which in
So
this case is three characters in search of an orgasm.
that's very true. That should have been the alternate title. Yeah, in Brazil,
The
that probably was the title. No.
actual alternate title, at least the title it was filmed under, was called Mind Games, and I like the Licorice Quartet a lot better. Mind Games
Oh
is
yeah.
way too blasé and bland.
it's kind of aggressive too. I feel like it's a more nuanced dynamic than just mind games, you
Yeah,
know.
that's true.
But you know what I mean? So just to say a little bit about Luigi Pirandello, really fast to kind of shade in his information. Typically, he's portrayed as being a bit taller than his brother, and he usually wears all green. And no, I'm kidding. So no, it's he was a Sicilian playwright. He was born to a relatively wealthy family. I guess they had all that sweet, sweet sulfur mine money, apparently, which was a thing at the time, and he grew up watching a lot of death duels. His The place he lived was the backyard, if back area of it was sort of a walk behind the family home where people, it was sort of a favorite spot for people who wanted to do, you know, honor combat, you know, duels. So, and in fact, his father even participated in this a couple times. Presumably, he won each time. But so basically, by the time Pirandello entered university at 19, he'd seen a lot of dead bodies with gunshot wounds, you know. And I think, in a way, that idea that like the tradition of honor demands that makes demands on people to the point of death. I think it probably had a big impact on his lifelong fascination with sort of the gap between duty and, you know, society's pantomimes of honor and nobility and the reality. And I also think it's got to be a reference in the library scene where we see all those matching pairs of dueling pistols in the library display case. That's got to be a nod to Pirandello. I mean, I'm all but positive. And of course, you know, who is the gun? You know, I mean, there's all these references to guns related to masculinity. Like, you know, remember her glancing up at the pistol that's sitting on the book, and she says, "Well, I don't think you're impotent." You know, so it's almost like, well, you know, it's like Hamlet. Nothing good or bad except else, you know, thinking makes it so, you know. Anyway, so Pirandello's most famous work is Six Characters in Search of an Author, which, like Licorice, has characters that are named father, mother, son, etc. And just to give you a little idea, when it premiered in Rome in 1921, it was like so baffling to the audience, they started tearing the place up, like full on
Hell
riot.
yeah, that's how you know it's
I
good.
know they pulled a rite of spring on that shit. Yeah, they were like basically throughout most of it, they were okay, it's weird. They're restive, but they're like, well, we're trying to get it. And then in the third act, they just lost their patience, and there were fist fights, catcalls, of course. And Pirandello basically barely escaped without getting beaten to hell. So just to give you an idea of how weird it was, the reason why people basically went apeshit was because it was such a radical break with traditional theater. And some critics will even say it's like one of the first postmodern works, which is kind of funny because in the 20s you were still seeing modernism, which was ruffling a lot of feathers. So postmodern is like, you know, several generations later. But anyway, basically, I think in a way the play is illustrating in dramatic terms this idea that he'd had for a long time. And he says that life is in constant motion and that the state of flux we're in makes it impossible to pin down our own or others' self or identity for any length of time, you know, let alone allow us to sustain whatever masks we adopt for polite society. And you remember Mother's comment at the end of the Licorice Quartet, where she says, "People don't stay the same. From one moment to the next, things change. That's the only thing you can count on." And there's a very similar comment made a couple times in Pirandello's play, Six Characters. One character says, "Do you really truly see yourself now the way you did at some point in the past, for example? What you were like back then, with all the illusions that you had, all those things in and around as they appeared when they were still so real to you in exactly the same fashion. This, what you feel at this moment, the entire reality of today as it is now, is fated to seem an illusion tomorrow," which is the epigraph at the beginning. So, in other words, we change and evolve by the second. So any attempt to really try to characterize ourselves as some one thing is like a fool's errand. And so that sounds kind of troubling, but the alternative in some ways, as Pirandello shows, is even worse. So there's this phrase that Heidi and I say a lot. I don't remember where I first heard it, but I may have heard it from her or vice versa. But will often say no one of us should be defined by the worst thing we've ever done, you know? And that's the actual nightmare of the six characters in the play. Like I said, the title sort of says it all. Basically, just to give you a really fast explanation, these are six characters who were created and then abandoned by their author. And so their stories weren't completed and they were basically yanked out of their story in the middle of their existence and frozen in the middle of a particularly ghastly moment, like a really tragically sad moment. So the father character, who's one of the six characters in Search of an Author, he says, "We pulled up short and left dangling in midair for the rest of our lives, summed up by that one single event. Our reality doesn't change, and it can't change. It can never be any different because it's fixed like this forever, and that's the horror of it." So for these characters, the event is always in the process of happening. It's not just that they're stuck there; it's that it's replaying over and over, and it almost in a way, the way that they're trapped reminds me in a sense of the hell of PTSD, as I understand it, where the sufferer is quite literally feeling the same like level of intensity and panic and horror and terror that they felt the first time every subsequent time they have that memory. I mean, that's part of what separates it from more garden variety trauma, if you will. So I think in a way that's what I guess, well, Pirandello, like I said, he's basically creating these characters, bringing them out, and then saying, "Oh, look, we were abandoned by our author. What the hell are we going to do now?" And but yet at the same time, we feel this pathos for them because they are stuck in this horrible kind of hell, this frozen hell. And I think that's part of what Licorice is about too, is not necessarily being in a frozen hell, but being in a state of constant flux.
It
You
seems
know,
like a frozen hell. I
in some
mean,
ways, yeah,
going off of what you're saying, I think all three of them are. What's interesting is that there's a fixed point in time in which all three of these characters experience something horrific, but for completely different reasons. Because they each
yeah,
have three different perspectives on the event. And the event that I'm talking about that I didn't really, I mean, I mentioned it, but obviously the movie itself is very focused on that event, but it is intersped throughout the entire film. Images
definitely,
bleed into from the past, bleed into the present reality as you're watching the movie with no rhyme or reason, at least for the audience, and no real explanation. Now, once we see
right,
the actual scene play out at the end of the movie, then we can start to ascribe meaning to it throughout the rest of the film. But even then, that's still kind of a fool's errand because it's very much
yeah,
an interior process manifested as an exterior piece of cinema, which we'll get into a little bit later.
sure,
But
yeah, yeah.
I
No, that's very
digress.
true.
But the
Yeah.
event itself, I assume you're with me, or we'll figure out if we're not on the same page. That
Hmm.
the event is basically as such, which is that the mother used to be a prostitute during the war.
Yes.
Uh, the father, and I say the father as in the person, the man in this movie.
Father figure.
Yes, the
Yeah.
father figure was a soldier during the war and met
Hmm.
her in that way. However, she had already had a child with her prior, I don't know if they ever explicitly state whether they got married or not, but prior beau, so to
Right.
speak. And
Mm-hmm.
what's interesting is that's I think the main ambiguity of that sequence comes as to whether I guess the chronology of the timeline as to whether did her is that her basically the son's father that comes in on them? Is that who you?
Right.
I'm curious. What do you have a
I,
take?
I I have like a couple competing ideas in my
Right.
brain about it.
And
One,
I think that's
which I
what's good
suppose is
about this
good.
movie is that it makes sure that
Hmm.
no interpretation actually has 100% validity.
Ooh, yeah, yeah, absolutely. I mean, well, boy, there's a couple things. One is it's very possible that he's the father But there's another possibility too, and I was going to get into this later, but maybe I should just mention it now. It's
Yeah.
like okay, so there's a power dynamic in the marriage, and I know it sounds like I'm kind of getting
And
off,
you're
but
talking about
I'm
the
trying
current
to
marriage, like the main
the
marriage.
current marriage, yeah, like I don't know what your thoughts are, but okay, so early on, the father says, oh, Saint Tropez was a place you didn't want to be, in World War II. So Saint Tropez is kind of interesting because it was the first place that the Free French liberated in France during World War II, and then like later became like a pretty de jour place for like the French New Wave guys, Truffaut, all those guys. And then by 1970, that was like a major place for jet setters. And these guys, the characters in the Licorice Quartet are prototypical
Yeah.
jet setters to me, Um, anyway, I wondered if you thought, well, a couple things. One is that their marriage in the film feels sort of like Roger Ebert had this description of the two main characters in Scenes from a Marriage, the Bergman film. And he has this great opening line to his review. He says, they have reached a truce that they call happiness. And I wonder, because obviously, like you said, the story is he saved her and the son from blight and starvation, right? No doubt about it. I'm sure
Yeah.
that's true. But the fact of that has created a gulf, I think, between them. And I think it has to do with her, well, feeling like, well, how do I pay this guy back? And then there's this nagging doubt as if like his help was of a transactional nature, right? And that she, in a sense, prostituted herself in another way to be rescued and married. Now, even if that's true, which I don't really necessarily think it is, there's no reason for us to believe that. It's still, it just, I think it kind of festers because of this uneven dynamic
I was gonna
between the
say it's an
two.
insecurity born out of an inequality.
Exactly, because whenever there is that, whenever one has a greater a lever of power, it's very easy to abuse. I mean, there's a great movie from the '80s by Agnieszka Holland called Angry Harvest, and it's Armin Mueller-Stahl's in it. He plays this character in Poland who takes in and hides this character played by Elizabeth Tresenar. She's like a young Jewish woman in Nazi-occupied Poland, right? And it's like the problem is that because Stahl's character has the power in the situation, his good intentions basically slowly degrade until she feels kind of forced into loving him. It's a little like Dogville in that regard
Oh yeah.
too. And so here the circumstances feel a lot less like malevolent than that, but still I wonder what's the is there a guilt that he feels for killing the man who might have been her lover? And then here's the other mind that I have. Like I said, I'm like of two minds. It's possible that this whole thing was a honeypot scenario. Was this a scam where she'd take a GI up to her room and bait him until her boyfriend comes in and they roll him for his money? This is very
Right,
common.
but then it basically got reversed on the spot.
Right. And then
Yeah.
she's kind of like, oh, I guess I'm with this guy now. I mean, but you see, like, it's honeypot schemes you see in these and all. I mean, there's tons of movies, Derailed, Last Exit to Brooklyn, Little Birds with Juno Temple. Anyway,
Winnie the
but the
Pooh.
mother, well, of course,
That's
yeah, the
one of the
honeypot,
most
yeah,
famous honey potters. Yeah.
right, because he gets his head. Never mind. But that said, I mean, I think the mother is a decent person, and so I'm not judging
I think
because
she's the
when you're
most I empathize with. I think the two
right,
men
oh,
are
definitely,
whiny for completely diametric reasons, and
yeah,
the
agreed.
mother feels very much trapped between the two of them.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, I think even though she, like I said, I feel like she is a good person who's trying to do the best. But I mean, that said, I don't judge because when you're that destitute and hungry, you'll go to extremes to survive. So it's not impossible to believe that that was a scheme that kind of went south because maybe he had a pistol with him they didn't know he had, or whatever. That's kind of where I'm at. So, like I said, I'm of two minds. On one hand, I think she feels this weird obligation to him. And I think he feels guilt, which may have brought on the impotence, although, of course, that could just be something she's been sort of gaslighting him on, too. So that's intriguing in itself.
Oh yeah, um, I think one of the things that I find fascinating about I guess, relationship between the
Sure.
trio, because the visitor very much
Hmm.
exists outside of the realm. She's very much the, you know, that's a very common trope in movies. Well, not common, but a used
Yeah.
trope as far as the interloper who essentially upends the entire dynamic. I
Oh,
mean,
absolutely.
what was it? What's the Charles Burnett movie with?
Oh, To Sleep with Anger.
Yeah, To Sleep with Anger, and that's for whatever
Right.
reason the first
Or
one that came to my
there's like
mind.
there's,
But
but I mean, there's like Teorama is a great
yes,
one.
Teorama. Actually, this reminds me of Teorama a lot. It
Well,
actually
yeah.
reminds me of it so much that I'm not going to talk about it for the A list because I wouldn't say it's like carbon
Ah,
copy or anything like that. But it's almost so
sure.
similar that it defeats the point of watching them back to back. Um,
Right. Well, yeah, there's like Baudu Saved from Drowning by Renoir, which was remade later as Down and Out in Beverly Hills, which Heidi was like, for the A-list, wouldn't you have you thought? I'm like, yeah, I thought about it because
yeah.
that's another one where there's a sexual component, or there's a movie that came out a couple years ago by Adam Wingard called The Guest
Oh, that's a great
with
one.
Dan
Yes.
Stevens. That's a great
That's
one.
like
And it's,
John
again, it's one of those
Carpenter's
things.
almost entry in a way, you know. Yeah.
Absolutely. Oh yeah, very much an homage. I mean, the synths and the
Yeah.
score and everything, and the lighting. But yeah, so I mean, it's definitely a trope you see, a fair amount. It's intriguing.
And in this case, what I find interesting about the way the visitor moves between each of the three is that most of their battles, even though they clearly have a dynamic between each other, are completely
Sure.
interior. Like most of what they
Mm,
are either repressing or fighting or working against is only, shall we say, manifesting as an internal battle within themselves. And with the
mm.
even the kid, even if you take the flashback as literal, which I kind of do, I wouldn't say I 100%
Yeah.
do, but I think there's shades of some kind
Mm.
of reality that happened. um, it
Sure.
still doesn't really give credence as to why he's decided to essentially arrest his own development. I mean, that's what I find
Mm.
fascinating about the adult son character is that he's in a very sexually liberated household. This is
Yeah.
a place in which the mom lets her husband just show stag films while the son is also in attendance. And frankly, I will admit,
Oh yeah.
just because of the three actors, it doesn't seem all that weird. It seems weirdly adult. Like it seems very much like a bourgeois thing. Like like we're above the mentality that would look down on this sort of thing. Even though
Right.
the dad is obviously just a child as far as like when he's like, and the son calls him out for that. He says like, oh, why don't you
Right.
just put it in reverse and speed it up? And then he does. He
Right.
literally giggles like a child when you see like the humping, at
Right.
2 times speed or whatever. But
Yeah.
what do you call it? But I find it interesting that the adult son, that character, as much as the father figure rags on him, and as much as the mother doesn't really come to his defense all that much. I mean, she's certainly not in the
Hmm.
same mindset, but doesn't really do anything, whatever. Um, it still sounds like a prison of his own making. It's like he's decided that there's a certain air of superiority to his tone of voice that,
Oh, most definitely.
yeah, that doesn't paint his point of view as some kind of objective good. You know what I mean? And I find that's
Oh yeah.
fine. I mean, I love the scene with the magic trick because it's such it feels very Fellini esque. Like very clownish
Yeah.
and very while
Totally.
it's abstract, it's also just kind of it's literalizing abstraction. It's like, what do we have as a real
Mm.
world analog of this kind of surrealness? Well, clowns, magicians, they quite literally enter stage left to do these sort of things, and we take it for granted, and whatever. But I like the fact that he's completely bought into this as not just like a way of life, but really as a way of self-expression, which I have nothing against anybody who takes up any sort of hobby, but in this movie, it seems clearly tied into a form of much like the movie we talked about in our last episode, but a form of
Mm-hmm.
stunted growth and development.
Yes.
And I will admit, though, it goes both ways because as much as I think it's very uncomfortable at times, the moment when he does the magic trick and makes her disappear, I actually think that's one of the funnier moments in the film because here you have the leading up to that moment, you have the dad figure. Like I said earlier, ragging on him because it's a childish and
Right.
juvenile thing. But the moment he does his trick and he makes the presumed porn star disappear, the dad is like, "What the fuck? Like, where is she?" And he just loses his shit. And it's like,
Oh
even
yeah.
he's not above, shall we say, this very juvenile display, especially when it hits close to home. So anyway, that's one of my favorite parts of
Oh
this
yeah.
movie, just because of how I mean, he is running around the castle, which is definitely labyrinthine in nature. I mean, the
Mm-hmm.
corridors and the
Well, yeah.
staircases are. I mean, what I love is that I feel like we don't see a lot of the castle in this movie. Like we see even though they had the whole castle to shoot in, from what I understand,
Right.
besides the drawing room, we're only shown like 2 or 3 different places, and throughout the entire thing, um, I feel like somehow they were able to convey that labyrinthine nature without actually showing like, oh, just endless hallway and room after room and whatnot. So, very much a good marriage of not just location scouting, but also the use of the location itself. Because it's one thing to
Mm.
have the lavish castle, and it's another thing to actually be able to convey that imposing interiority of it with so few actual setups. I think that was pretty cool. Um,
Yeah, I would agree.
and then another
Uh,
thing
uh,
that I was going to mention is that um, well, actually, let me check the time really quick. You know what?
mhm.
Let's do an intermission because I feel like this is going to open up
Mm.
a huge can of worms that
Oh
we
yeah.
will. But I want to come back from the intermission and really start to dive into the nature of cinema as perceived in this
Mm.
movie, and of course as a film that you are watching in and of itself, and where those two things end. So we're going to take a
Sounds good.
really quick break and change the reels, and we'll be back in a second. And we are back. Of course, we are talking about The Licorice Quartet, a film from 1970, directed by Radley Metzger. Um, as I was talking about before the break, one of the most beguiling aspects of this film is the way in which it depicts, but also almost otherworld I don't know, evangelizes cinema in a way. It essentially
Mm-hmm.
posits that cinema has far more either psychological or spiritual power than we like to give it credit for. And one of the ways it does that is, of course, in the central conceit, in which the opening and the last scene mirror each other. So, as I said in the summary, the movie starts with the trio watching this stag film with three actors and one other actor who may or may not be the woman that they pick up that night. And the movie ends, of course, with essentially the trio and the visitor ending in the very stag film that they're watching, and the participants in the earlier film now in their shoes in the castle. And obviously, I think the knee-jerk reaction to that scene at first is to say it's a Twilight Zone-esque ending, like it's a twist for the twist's sake. But the thing is, it's not really a twist. Obviously, in the abruptness of it and in laying it out, it is certainly something that, well, I won't say comes out of nowhere, but something that abruptly comes into fruition in a ramped up way. But throughout the entire movie, Radley Metzger is playing with the nature of cinema and how we, as people who watch and, especially in our cases, just utterly devour and consume, find ourselves not just purveyors of cinema as a medium, but also as how we ascribe meaning to it based on how we project into it, to the point where I feel like I feel like there is a certain phenomenon that even I'm subject to, where when you watch so much cinema that you start to feel like you have this kind of otherworldly power when watching it, like you are able to see beyond, almost like in the Matrix. You don't see the code, you see the actual
You see blonde, brunette, redhead, yeah,
yes.
like Joe
And yeah,
Pantoliano and stuff.
and you have this otherworldly power, which is all pretentious bullshit. And I'm saying that against myself, not necessarily, whatever. But at a certain point, the medium is what it is, and obviously we're ascribing our own meaning to it. And I think, personally, that's the power of cinema. I think that's why I love it so much. But also, B, I don't own it in any way, shape, or form. Nobody does, in my opinion, including the director. I don't believe in the idea that because the director makes it, I think art takes on a life of its own once it's put out into the world. So sorry, Michael Mann, stop making your director's cut. It's not okay. But no, I'm kidding on that front. But in this movie, we see characters who are relegated to very passive positions, routinely in some way becoming a non-passive force in even the movie that we're watching. So in the scene in which the father wakes up the next morning and starts his day by talking to the visitor on the top, like the roof of the castle, there's a great moment there where he comments on her hair, which I thought was interesting because for being such a surreal movie, I was actually more surprised that somebody would actually comment on her hair, because that seemed like, for a movie that was kind of playing around with the notion of reality and abstraction, that a character would actually essentially interrupt the flow of like, oh, what's the trust? And just flat out state, oh, hey, you changed your hair. Which seemed to be calling to one of the more obvious, not necessarily twists, but weirder movements of the film, where even though she
Mm-hmm.
presumably is pretending not to be the girl in the film. She's also hiding her real, I guess, physique, which looks a lot more like the girl in the film. But it's taken to a further step when I forgot the actual exchange that precedes it, but at a certain point he asks her something and she doesn't give him the answer that she wants or something like that. But then the film itself that we are watching as the Licorice Quartet is literally rewound, and we see him go back to the start of that scene atop the rooftop, and then he walks back up to her and asks her the same question, and then it's given a different answer. And I think in a lot of ways, that is a lot of viewers, myself included,
Mm-hmm.
relationship with cinema, but also with sex cinema, I think, as
Mm-hmm.
its own intellectual property. There's so many times when, if we do indulge with the nature of sexual cinema, that what we watch, and I kind of obviously touched on this in the Sex World episode that we did, when
Sure.
I did my little diatribe about how pornography is the most meta form of filmmaking. Um,
Oh no, and there's a lot of overlap between this film and Sex World, no doubt in my mind.
yeah, I was gonna say the literal ending of Sex World is kind of like this movie made into existence, right? It's like the entire
Mm-hmm.
thread, but woven throughout, and I think that this movie, particularly with Frank Wolf's character and his relationship to pornography, or in this case, just cinema in general, um, it's this off-putting kind of authorial ownership that he wants to insert himself
Mm.
into
Mm.
movies of this nature due to his own possible impotence. And I say impotence not necessarily speaking only about a physical manifestation of, sexual dysfunction, but I mean impotence in the broad sense of, functional relationships, and how it either is or is not leading to a happy relationship between him and his wife. But I think that's such a common
Right.
thing when you watch any of these kind of movies, is that you don't ever watch them and not think about yourself. Like, obviously,
Mm-hmm.
that's probably true for most things, in the sense that I do subscribe to probably a more self-centered philosophical bent of how human nature works. But I think sex in particular is one of the truly narcissistic things or forces in the world, where we cannot process that activity, even through the lives of others, without thinking of ourselves, both in how we
Right.
react to it, both in how we feel about it morally. I mean, that is why violence happens, right? Whether it's
Definitely.
at marginalized communities or whether it's between two domestic partners, because we can only process this intimate moment, or maybe not moment, but action, as something that inherently has to do with our own existence. And it's one of the
Yeah.
few times where I feel like human beings truly lose sight of the otherness of other people, and how other people exist outside of your own reality. And I think that's what the Licorice Quartet, and you were definitely obviously bringing this up earlier, but
Mm.
I think that's what the Licorice Quartet absolutely nails, which is the way in which sex both distorts and changes our own
Mm.
reality around us. And obviously, in this movie, it kind of manifests as a piece of media, like literally with celluloid as well. But I don't think it's strictly about just sex cinema. I think it is also about the nature of the beast itself. Um,
Mm.
and obviously,
Interesting.
there's I mean, I could go on forever and I won't, but there's a million things in this movie where, whether it's the elliptical editing, there are moments in which, like, for example, in the opening conversation when they're first watching the Stag film, I think it's very interesting that they literally make mention of, like, oh, I bet they're prostitutes. And then we cut to, at the
Yes.
time, we don't know what it is specifically, but we later learned, we cut to a brief flash of the historical flashback of the mother being the prostitute in her past life. And I think that in and of itself is reinforcing that notion of how, even
Yeah.
someone like the mother character is not passively watching this. This is a person who
Mm.
is quite literally trying to break down the logistics of how the movie is being made and can only think of it as through her own past. Like, it seems like an innocuous
Right.
comment, like, oh yeah, maybe it's this, but in reality it actually has emotional ties to her own backstory. So yeah, that's my rambling, I guess,
Mm.
treatise of how I think the Licorice Quartet deals with that. But what about yourself?
No, I don't think it was rambling at all. I'm with you, and I think in some ways the editing, particularly as it's established. Well, first of all, it makes so much sense to me that Metzger was in fact an editor. Firstly, although I found out he was also a combat cinematographer during Korea,
Really?
which is interesting. Yeah, which is interesting because Russ Meyer, one of the other people that's usually mentioned with Metzger, was a combat cinematographer in World War II. So you wonder if maybe they learned how to kind of shoot on the fly,
And
if you
they
will.
are, that's so funny you bring them up because they are the two polar opposites, I think, of sex cinema.
Yes.
If Radley Metzger was trying to aim for this kind of pedestal like of uh, intellectual recognition, Russ Meyer completely was devoid of all pretenses whatsoever. And I like both of them.
Hmm.
Uh, but I
Oh
find
yeah.
it funny because apparently Roger Ebert was not a fan of the Licorice Quartet. And not only was because he called it pretentious, which I agree with and I think is also good. um,
I would say I just want to say really fast. I'm not a somebody who believes in saying pretentious as a pejorative. I think anything of any value is pretentious on some level. It's just a matter of what your level of tolerance is for it.
Well, not to mention something like the Licorice Quartet has a sense of humor about itself. I mean, it's
Yeah, oh, yeah.
there are literally lines in here in which the characters are commenting on. I had said the phrase earlier, vapid intellectualism, right? And that's I would say doesn't describe the Licorice Quartet, but I do think it describes the characters in Licorice Quartet in a lot of ways,
Mm.
particularly the father, because when he shows her, and we'll get into that scene a little later, but when he shows her the books and he's like, I haven't actually read them, I do think this movie is going after that kind of bourgeois lifestyle in which people who are so concerned with the image of something never actually feel the emotions of that thing, which explains a lot about why maybe these characters are impotent. So, but yeah,
Hmm.
no, Roger Ebert was not a fan of this, and we also know famously that Roger Ebert was a huge fan of Russ Meyer. So,
True, true
yeah,
that.
so that's why I don't really take his opinion on this movie all that seriously. Just as far as
Sure.
I know what he likes and I appreciate it, but maybe this wasn't for him.
And I think this is something I was talking to my friend Jason about this the other day. That Roger Ebert he became more generous as he got older too, which is rare because a lot of
Yeah.
people they close their minds as they get older. But I wonder if he had revisited this film later on, what he would have thought. Uh, anyway, but I mean, yeah, there's definitely a lot of poking fun at itself. Like, I mean, there's even that part at the very beginning where the mother's like, "Wait, are the reels out of sequence?" Which is such a
Yeah.
perfect line to have at the start of a movie, which really jumbles the chronology and has, like you said, that rewind and those other weird cuts like that. Or the fact that just in the first few minutes, when the stag film they're watching turns sapphic, you might say, Mother mentions Therese and Isabel, which is a
Yeah.
1966 autobiographical novella, right, by Violet Leduc, which describes her first lesbian encounters and loss of virginity at boarding school, which is great. But it's also an adaptation of that book, which you know, that Metzger had made literally 2 years before. So there's just that added little
Which was probably
tweak.
the first film that brought him acclaim. I think the Licorice Quartet started him on this kind of Euro cult circuit,
Mm.
where he then became even more prolific. But Teresa and Isabel was, I think, his first widely seen film among cult audiences.
Well, I was reading a lot of good things about it, and I'd like to read the novella as well. But you know, and from what I understand, this wasn't even the first time that Metzger kind of added the sort of blurring. I mean, there's apparently at the beginning of Camille 2000, which was from the year before, there's a clapboard mark at the beginning of the movie, like a time,
Yeah.
which might have been influenced in part by Bergman's Hour of the Wolf, which was from the year before that, you know,
Hmm.
where Bergman's talking to the actors during the opening credits. I don't know, I love that part.
Yeah.
Anyway, but yeah, I think you're right in that the self what you said about porn, and we've talked about this, like you said, in Sex World, is that it's the most meta of genres. um it's funny because Roger B. Rollin, I read this really interesting article he wrote back in, like, I don't know, early 80s, and yet it's this incredibly still very profound article where he talks about how, from the studies we see and from the way we react to film, in some ways the audience, the moviegoer watching porn, is has a larger role in co-authoring than in almost any other genre. And he goes into it, and I'm not going to get into it because it's very complex. But I think it's kind of interesting because he even Roger Rollin, B. Rollin even observes that the use of like self-reflexive effects are much more likely to be a feature of erotic films than any other kind of film. And because of its heavy reliance on genre conventions, adult films are, says, quote, generically self-conscious enough to take the making of erotic movies as their subject. You know, which, I mean, we're seeing that here, and I know there's plenty of other examples of that too. And I think so. So I think in a way, I don't think Metzger is being, his use of metafiction isn't, so to speak, it isn't masturbatory. um, I think the thing that separates Licorice from the pack in many ways is that it has a point, it has a philosophy, and that's what makes it dangerous. Ah, yeah, no, but metafiction and self-reference are sometimes used in art as like prophylactics against criticism, like to inoculate themselves, like, hey, you can't knock us, we got there first, you know. And but then there's other movies like this one, or like Sing Dosh, New York, or Godard's Contempt, or Last Year at Marienbad, or, well, in my opinion, Sucker Punch, which nobody likes but me, but that's fine.
I
Where
like
the
it.
relationship. Oh, do you? Okay, because
I
I
do.
think it's a brilliantly over the top film that's intended to
I
be
don't
that way.
love it, but I'm on its side.
That's the thing. That's the way I look at it. I'm like, I don't know if it was entirely successful, but I loved the audacity of it, and it's clearly, it's not a film I watch and I go, me and myself, I don't find it erotic. I find it bizarre. It's like you're taking
Yeah.
eroticism to this level where it's no longer arousing or whatever. There's no prurient interest for me anymore. It's I mean, it's aesthetically interesting, but it's also like, what the hell? I mean, it just, it takes things to an extreme. But anyway, but those movies, like I mentioned, I think the relationship and the blurring between reality and art is the actual subject matter. You know, the in that sense, like I was saying to you before, the form and the theme are totally inextricably linked. I mean, like, this film has to be made as a film. It couldn't be made as a novel. I mean, it could, but it wouldn't have been as effective as it is as a film. And I think there's little things he does. Like I said, that's so interesting to find out that Metzger was an editor, because it makes perfect sense, because the editing in this is masterful. I mean, he does a ton of things to destabilize us, which I love. You know, he's got weird sound things. Like, I don't know if this is a weird one. Okay, this is a bit of a tangent, but I don't know if you noticed, but so when they bring the visitor back to the castle, they're having drinks, and there's a fair amount of reverb, right? You know, there's like, which makes sense. I mean, it's, you know, it's just, I assumed it was the natural acoustics of the sitting room, and it's a castle after all. And then they move back into the den, but the reverb continues to trail. They have this reverb trail after the dialogue, which is a weird, like, it feels like it's a signpost that something unreal or inexplicable is about to happen, like with the film seemingly switched, because in the opening scene in the den, there's no there isn't any verb on their vocals, and when we come back to the room, it doesn't appear that anything's changed. I mean, the sound engineer in Mirror is looking at it and going, "Well, what object has been removed that might make it this way?" But I think it's just an eeriness that Metzger is bringing because he cuts it off very unceremoniously about halfway through the scene too. So I mean, those are just some of the ways he
Well,
destabilizes us
and we
in a very wickedly clever way.
Oh yeah, and we know that it's intentional. It's not some kind of weird production thing because, as
Right,
I mentioned earlier, that it's none of the sound is live. So everything in the
right,
movie is either dubbed when it comes to voices, or obviously post produced and foleyed and all that. So everything sound
right.
wise, unlike maybe some of the camera work, because when I watch it, I assume most of the camera work is incredibly precise, but you never know as far as
Hmm.
productions and budgets and whatnot. But the sound
But
in
yeah, yeah,
particular is one of the few things we can grasp onto as being 100% intentional and whatnot. And I think
right.
describing what you were saying earlier as far as that reverb going from that one room to the other, even though it doesn't make any sense. I think
Right.
part of that is I think that was definitely probably a conscious choice because one of the things that we're shown time and time and again throughout the entire movie is the way in which realities bleed through different liminal spaces. And
Yes,
it doesn't
totally.
matter what medium you're in. It doesn't matter what room you're in. These things are interchangeable, and there is a very uncomfortable blur between all of these lines that we perceive to be there that maybe aren't protecting us as much as we think they are.
Well, yeah, absolutely. And I think in some ways that's what makes the editing in particular so interesting because there's times where it feels as if the father's memories of World War II, which are black and white, but they're clearly a different grain than the Stag films, which is beautiful.
Well, the Stag
They
film, I
feel
will
like
say, they shot that all of that footage obviously for the movie. That's not
right.
something they randomly found, or which is clear because of the fact that they had the actors there at the end. But they shot that
True.
completely for the movie with the feeling of a Stag film as far as not actually focusing on dialogue or anything like that. And what they did with the celluloid was they literally threw it on the ground and stepped on it and threw things at it to literally scratch it up. And they said they did that
That's
like
awesome.
over the top, which it is over the top in the sense that, not in a bad way, but compared to the footage, it's not like it's like vaguely scratched. It's like horrendously scratched, but
Mm.
it obviously
Oh
gives
yeah.
it that veneer of being an actual passed around artifact, like many Stag films were.
Right. Well, and I'll get to that in a second because I learned a lot of interesting things about the Stag history and about how common it was for those films to be that torn up. But I do think that first of all, the way he delineates very clearly between the Stag film and the memories, it's like Alexei German was famously asked. Why does he always shoot his films in black and white? And he goes, well, my films are set in the past, and the past is in black and white. And I think Metzger would have probably signed off on that idea too. Um, but it's also a good way to delineate things. But it's like, like there's times where, like you said, someone like especially the mother will say something, and you'll suddenly see a flash, and it's as if it's like he's the flash compels the comments. It's a bit like James Joycean in the sense that it's very much like, oh, now we're thinking this, oh, now we're back. You know what I mean? It's like because we have those happen to us thousands of times a day, and this is one of the films that I think does that really well, where it really shows that flash of an image, oh, memory, and then we go back. You know what I mean? It's like we're instantly seeing something in the characters' mind's eye. Um, I don't know. I mean, for instance, when the father uh, gives his indecent proposal, if you will, to the visitor, we see, I think, three different flash forwards to her walking into the castle with them. So it's already a done deal. We already before his convincing her is even finished, we already know, which in a sense makes the visitor also feel even more phantasmic and like something that flits uh into our vision because she's been like conjured up, like the people willed her to be here and now she's here, you
She
know.
definitely kind of feels like a Dickensian ghost, where she
Yes.
is there to propel and discombobulate the three main players.
Oh yeah, and I mean, again, it's like we were talking about with, like, Teorama and the Down and Out in Beverly Hills, and no, but those films, first of all, those films are all men. The Visitor is always a man, and he's always an agent of chaos. He's always disrupting the family. But the Visitor here, I think, is the opposite. Now, I may be wrong, and I don't know how you feel, but I think she has almost a kind of healing effect. It's like the family unconsciously summoned, or to use the magic term, conjured her up. And think about the way she flits in and out, the way that she disappears during the magic trick, like you were saying earlier. She seems to get from one place to another, sometimes in seconds, or how she'll just appear like a specter, or maybe a spectral projection, you might say. I mean, the fact that she's with a traveling show is so appropriate. I love that. And then there's other little signposts and hints, like, obviously her motorcycle garb that she's wearing doubles as a sort of white, proto cat suit, which is great. But white also works as a almost universal signal for ghost. I mean, depending on almost any civilization, that tends to be the way it is. And there are times where, I believe at least twice, I might be wrong, I'll have to watch it again, but there's at least two times where she passes in front of the projector and she doesn't block the light or the beam image at all, I think. It's very intriguing. And then there's also, where the father's saying, oh, he's talking about her in the library during their kind of slow motion seduction, and he's like, a beautiful and exciting young dot dot dot, and it's like he doesn't finish the sentence, and I wonder if maybe it's because he's realizing, or has realized, that she's not a woman exactly, but a projection or an illusion of one. He says, I knew when I saw you in the film you'd be like this. you know and then she's
Yes.
saying, oh, it's hard to remember, and she's like, oh, it's hard to remember what happened, I'm 155 years old, blah blah blah. In retrospect, that feels a little less like flirty badinage and a little more like, oh,
Yeah, I was
intriguing.
gonna
So
say when I rewatched it, those exchanges about her age, which were obviously first, as you said, introduced as the jokey flirting, really do take on a
right.
whole otherworldly meaning as to like, what? Wait, what if she's not lied this entire time?
Right, exactly. And I mean, again, you have to go, well, maybe people are, when they say what they are, maybe you should believe them, to paraphrase Maya Angelou. But it's like, I've come to believe, and I don't even think this is all that controversial of a theory, depending on what you think. I mean, you've seen the film many more times than I have. I think the Visitor is a phantom, not an evil phantom, but maybe more like, what I kept thinking of was a sort of like a variation on, it's sort of a myth or urban legend or whatever you say. It's the phantom hitchhiker, or the phantom driver myth, or vanishing driver, whatever. But it goes back apparently to the 1800s. I found out when I started reading about this. But so the story, the story. It's like, person is in some really bad circumstance, and seemingly out of nowhere, a driver appears to rescue them and take them where they need to go. And then later, the hitchhiker relays the story to the locals and says, oh, the driver's name. And the locals are like, she's been dead for years. I mean, you hear these stories. But so it's like this person was given this moment of grace. They were rescued from despair, or from a potentially dangerous situation. And I think this is a bit like that, except it's an even gentler variation, which actually, it's more like a wish fulfillment phantom, which actually also has its own traditions. Like in Scottish lore, there was this thing called a silkie, which is something nighttime travelers on the road would encounter a beautiful young woman with blonde hair, hello, dressed in white, sort of a fantasy slash phantasm woman. You spend one night with her and then you'd never find her again. And I think that is in some ways what this character is. Now, question is, well, to what end, right? And I think basically there's three things, and there's three seductions or three scenes of sex or whatever you want to say, and they serve three different purposes, one for each of the character for the each of the members of the family. The first one is like, okay, restore, I think, the father's sexual confidence after years of impotence, which might again be the mother just gaslighting because she doesn't want to have sex with him, which again, that makes sense considering their history. And then the second one is to deflower question mark the son, although by my calculations, he would have to be no younger than 27. Now, granted, he's such a puritanical douche that it's very possible that he's like, anyway. And then the third is to give the mother a positive sexual experience at last, and then for each seduction, there's a costume change, which adds to the surreality of it. I mean, where'd she get these outfits, right? I mean, and part of it's, I think, Metzger's kind of tweaking of glamorous unreality almost. So the first seduction is she wears a white one piece with these kind of silver shards that are stippling on the surface, and she's got a diamond shaped cutout at her belly. And interestingly, when she drops her outfit in the library, the score actually stops. It's really interesting. It's like,
as it should.
Oh yeah, it was like, dang. I think that was the composer saying, "Damn." No, I'm kidding. But you have all these this melange of, like you said, dictionary definitions on the floor. It's truly magnificent set. It's almost like the set is like you have the two characters as rising lust made solid,
And that
by
is
this
Oh,
set.
sorry. What were you gonna say?
No, that was no. Go ahead.
Oh,
Oh,
and
just that it was, yeah.
I was just really quickly gonna say before I forget that is the only location in the entire movie that's a set that was
Ah,
constructed completely away from the castle, obviously. But everything in the movie, besides the carnival, but that takes place on location. They actually hired a
sure.
carnival to come to that area just for the movie. I mean, I think the
I
carnival
wondered.
operated independently as well, but they paid the production paid for the carnival to come just so that they could do that. Um, but yeah, the
Interesting.
library set was a complete construction on an actual not Hollywood but on a film set basically.
Well, I'll tell you that library set is, for me, because of my weirdness, it's actually just as close to a turgid fantasy as anything sexually provocative in this movie. Like, to me, it's like, oh man, library porn right here, especially with that ladder that moves around the shelves. Oh man, I'm like, oh
Yeah,
yeah,
that he
yeah,
literally
Metzger,
pushes
give it
her
to me.
on because I like how she's
I
ascending it,
know.
and then
Yeah.
it's like that's like
Oh
a
yeah, it's
form of
beautiful.
foreplay in and of itself is to push the ladder with her on it.
Right, and then her impossibly slow descent. It's
Yeah.
it's like it's like by centimeters almost. Anyway,
Also,
but I
lest we
think,
forget to
yeah,
really quickly point out that this movie actually is sexy and not just pretentious. Uh,
absolutely.
the shot behind the ladder as she's basically as she's descending onto
Hmm.
Frank Wolf's character, where it's pretty much a slight upskirt, but in a way that only like uh, you know s- s- Bergman and Nyquist would do. Like it is
Yeah,
so
exactly.
wonderfully framed that I'm just like, ooh, that's hot, but also that looks amazing.
I agree. I agree. And again, he's got, what was the name of his cinematographer? Something Jura,
Yeah, that sounds right.
Hans Jura, who was obviously so good. And yeah, I agree. So but when you get to the end of that sequence, it's striking that the smile on the father's face as he's thrusting into her is, it's not like the smile of a conqueror, a masculine, or like, or of the kind of sarcastic delight. So we had seen him kind of doing that mainly before. It's actual, it seems like real happiness, and then afterwards the sort of the joy and the repose. And it's also interesting that both him and the son begin their sex scenes on their back and she's on top. So in a sense, I feel like, once again, as the phantom presence, she's sort of in charge to an extent. So then, okay, so then we have the second seduction, which is where she's wearing white again, and she's wearing a somewhat chaste, though still arousing dress, which is that perfect blend of desirability and unblemished bestiality, I guess, because the son is such a Puritan. I mean, the first time they're alone together, they play shadow puppets. I mean, he sees she's very much a playmate to him. She comes to him as a
Well,
playmate
and the
first.
shadow puppets, really quickly, for me at least, visually cue in on the idea of a projector. So,
Oh, hugely, absolutely.
images
But
that are 2D in nature, and therefore we think of them as somehow lesser than, and yet we forget the fact that it's literally a material, literal flesh and blood that make them.
that's an interesting point. Yeah, it is. It's very much like, well, any kind of shadow puppet, I guess. But yeah, so I mean, so his seduction with her is very like, I don't want to say chaste exactly, but it's very pastoral. It's almost like Metzger's lightly satirical gloss on the Garden of Eden or something like that. I mean, it's very nice, those lush tracking shots and everything. And obviously, there's no frog for a fig leaf for her. I noticed, as opposed to the paintings. So, so then there. Okay, so then we get to the third seduction. She wears her hair up, and she's wearing this deep fuchsia dress. It's the only time she's not wearing white, and it's got a with a large slit of center cleavage. It's very similar to the mother's because when we first seen the mother earlier at the castle turrets, she's wearing a very similar outfit. And it's a very slinky number, by the way, with also with cleavage down her chest, and which her husband's apparently trying to pretend he's not noticing or whatever. But now keep in mind up to this point, and this is just personally my own commentary here. Renberg, up to this point in the film, was already looking pretty dishy, if you ask me. And but this is where she just transitions into scorching, with that outfit. And but there's something very at the same time that she's wearing this very revealing and very sexy outfit, there's this weird tender vulnerability that seeps into like between the lines of her story that she's kind of clearly making up, like desperately making up about her supposed meet cute with him, or whatever. Anyway, that's not really related, but she looks especially luminous during the seduction scene at the beginning when she's admiring her silhouette against the projection screen. And again, neither here nor there, but that shot of her abdomen, belly button undulating as she comes just destroys me. So, wow, that one was by far and away the sexiest part for me. Oh, and how about how the mother at the very end, she actually seems to be providing her own ADR to the stag film, even with the little
Oh yeah,
orgasmic aftershocks and
yes,
everything. I was like, oh, that's so clever. And because of course, eventually we see that it's her husband and her now. I mean,
yeah.
it's just such a brilliantly conceived and brilliantly executed segment. So
I
anyway,
agree.
that's kind of my thoughts about the phantasmic element of her. I think she provides, but I think it's a good one. She's not haunting them. It's not like a hungry ghost or whatever you want to say from Japanese literature. It's somebody who's providing some sort of catharsis that allows the family to move forward. Maybe,
Well,
you know.
that's what I find interesting, and I think this could maybe be the last major section before we go to final ratings.
Hmm.
But that's
Hmm.
that's an interesting question as to whether she is a force of good or bad. Because on the one hand, I agree with you in that she seems to quite literally, maybe not solve everybody's problem, but certainly push them past their problem in one sense.
Yes, that's a good
And
way to say
and
it.
and a lot of them are kind of like I had said earlier. It's tied to that fixed point in time. There's this epicenter in which I think all three of them draw their inner sexual turmoil. And earlier it's funny that you said with the adult son, the
Right.
deflowering seduction, which I
Mm.
think it absolutely is. What I find
Hmm.
interesting about it is that because of his age, there's always a stigma as far as like deflowering and virginity past a
Oh,
certain
sure.
age, particularly for male people, not just
Oh,
characters.
oh
And
yeah.
what I find interesting is that while I actually do, I think that's what I read into it too, and that it's supposed to be this very virginal dance and whatever. I think it's
Hmm.
not just a deflowering of, the literal kind, but also a
Hmm.
cleansing of that epicenter that he first experienced any and all sexual uh, engagement of any kind for the first time when he did see his mother and his now stepfather engaged
Right.
in a pretty uncomfortable sexual tit-to-tat. And what I
Indeed.
find, so that's what I find interesting is that, he very much needed to be quote unquote deflowered, but not in that kind of American Pie way where it's like, oh, if only he got laid, he would actually grow up. Like, even though I think it's easy to read into
Right.
that because of like how the stepfather, negs him and whatever. But what I think is
Hmm.
more interesting is that
Yeah.
it's more of a let's have a moment in which you actually see this very thing that you're afraid of, not the thing you want so desperately, you know what I mean? But the thing that you believe only
Hmm.
has one form, and that form is something that is inherently toxic and bad. But let me show you that there's actually there's another side to it, and if only you're engaged in that side of it, then you'll get something out of it, and you'll be able to move past the association. Yeah, I just wanted to
Totally.
give a shout out to that in and of itself. But the
Right.
thing that I wanted to get into as far as the last kind of major section here is
Sure.
the. I may have lost my thought there.
Oh, no, give yourself a second.
No, yeah, I'm trying to think. Let's see here. We were talking
Um,
about something.
well, I've got basically two things that I want to talk about.
All right, why don't you
Mostly.
start with your two
You know.
things? Why not? And then we'll see if
Okay.
it jogs my
Well,
memory.
all right. Well, hopefully, this relates to what you said about. So, like you're saying that it's interesting that the son he's having a positive experience. So instead of this thing that's terrifying and monstrous, it's becoming, it's sort of neutralized and it's becoming a nice thing, which I think to an extent is true for the mother as well. But this kind of leads me to the story of Saint Margaret, the Virgin of Antioch,
Ah,
and how he has
I
this
wanted to ask you
vision.
about that
Right.
because I know nothing about it
Yeah.
other than how it's brought up in the
Sure.
context of this movie. So I guess all I'm
Right.
interrupting you to say is please continue.
Oh, no, it's fine. I have to admit, despite being a good Catholic boy who was redeemed through pain, not through joy, as Jim Carroll says, I have to admit I had no memory of this particular saint. This is an old saint. This is like third century,
Well, and at one point
and
in the
so
movie, doesn't the father make a joke about how like they don't even consider her a saint anymore or something like that?
y- yeah, yeah, he's one of she's one of the saints like Saint Christopher the giant, who they've kind of, they've kind of well, in some cases they've literally said, well, they probably didn't exist. These are more symbols. But yeah, I mean, that was definitely during that period in the 60s and 70s where the Catholic Church was kind of um, grappling post Vatican II with, okay, how are we going to realistically present these things?
I mean, it was really
Especially now that we're saying the Mass in English.
it's really
Okay,
the progenitor of cancel culture. They were looking through all these
true.
saints' Twitter feeds and they were saying, you know what, Saint Margaret,
Hmm.
that's not cool what you're saying there, and
Hmm.
we're not going to stand by that. We'll stand by
Yeah.
pedophilia, but not that.
Hmm.
Um,
Well, yeah, yeah. It's like Saint Margaret the Virgin. We're all about sex positivity, and you make it sound kind of negative, and we're not
yeah,
down with that anymore. Incidentally, though, Saint Margaret was one of the voices who spoke to Joan of Arc, also. So just to
oh,
give you an idea, and that it's interesting too, and I'm sure you've noticed this, but the when he's describing it as sort of like a pig being eaten, we see that performed almost exactly in the shadow puppets. We have the pig, and then I don't know which
oh
one of
yeah.
if it's here the visitor do, but one of them is eating the other. So anyway, I basically had to find the straight dope, and I went to, of course,
I knew you
Omar
would.
Engelbert's. Yeah, I went to Omar Engelbert's Lives of the Saints from 1951. I mean, this is a book. This is a text that you go to when you're trying to figure out what's going on with the saints. So I'll give you the hopefully quick summary. Saint Margaret, the Virgin of Antioch, was born in what we call modern day Turkey to a very high-ranking pagan priest. She was converted to Christianity by her nurse and vowed to remain a virgin for Christ, like you do. This angered her father, who drove her out of the family home to live as an itinerant shepherdess. Okay. Now, as this wasn't bad enough, the local prefect, Alubrius, threw Margaret into his dungeon, speaking of dungeons, when she refused his hand in marriage, where he tortured her by like, stretching her on the rack and beating her with rods. So, in a sense, we can see his Alubrius as sort of an early example of the incel mentality. That kind of, it's something that's coming to me. So, according to Omar Engelbert, one miracle after another took place in that prison where Margaret spent the rest of the day. The most extraordinary of these being, and this is what relates to that painting, Margaret fought and thoroughly thrashed a dragon that was in the dungeon and trying to devour her. In fact, actually, it did devour her briefly, but Margaret escaped from its intestines when the dragon discovered that the cross she was wearing was burning him up from the inside. So Margaret sort of pulled a Tommy Lee Jones at the end of the climax to Men in Black, that kind of thing. Anyway, she then, quote, trod the dragon underfoot, which infuriated the prefect Olybrius, and he had her beheaded. She was 15 years old. Yeah. Now, her feast day is the July 20th, and she's the official patron saint of childbirth and pregnancy. Why? That makes zero sense to me.
Yeah, I don't see the correlation there.
No. It's like of all the, I mean, you would think it would be like a saint who had 20 children, like, oh, fertility. Anyway, she's the patron saint of backaches, kidney disease, sterility, exiles, nurses, falsely accused martyrs, and is invoked especially when fighting demons and demonic possession. And at the intro, at the beginning of this episode, what you heard was the actual novena to St. Margaret, the Virgin of Antioch, which is performed by a friend of the show, Sean Dooley, whose podcast is absolutely wonderful. Him and Eric Schwartz, they have a podcast called Old Guys Who Love Things, which is a very refreshing idea. I love the positivity. Yeah, it's great. And he did a great job. And so we interspersed that with some of the dialogue. And so that's Sean Dooley, and we'll have a link to his wonderful show too.
Right on.
So anyway, I think that gives you some idea of the level of unreality and mysticism involved in Margaret. And that's why she's kind of, what you might say, de-emphasized as a saint, where it's like, yeah, she probably didn't really exist because there's dragons and stuff in here, and other things. So anyway, I wanted to make sure you got that. I got that in there because it was something that definitely enriched my understanding of the movie, and particularly his way of like transference or deflecting the trauma of seeing basically his mom giving his future stepfather head. So anyway,
Well,
I thought it was really interesting.
And I find it interesting now that you've detailed, shall we say, her story. That,
Yes.
So in this movie, for anyone, because I didn't put it in the summary, but for anyone who hasn't seen it or can't remember, the son essentially waxed poetic about a dream he had where he believes he not just had a dream but saw a vision of St. Margaret.
Yeah.
I can't remember the full, verbose thing that he goes into, but he regales them all against their will to this vision. And
Yes.
so I find it interesting now that you've described what she's known for, so to speak, that he would see a vision of, shall we say, a saint that is so ludicrous and so beyond the
Right.
realm of the normal, saints, saintly stories and whatnot. So that makes definitely a lot more sense, especially with the constant cutting to the painting, which certainly
Yeah.
is a lot of those kind of things being being brought to life in a visual medium, much like the Licorice Quartet and the nature of cinema. I did
Very true.
remember
Very true.
what I wanted to say earlier, which was
Go ahead.
going off of what you were saying about how you believe the visitor to be a force of good. Yes,
Sure.
I absolutely agree in the general sense that, like we were saying, she kind of solves everybody's problem. However, I almost wonder if the ending negates that, because they seem to get it's almost like a monkey's paw situation,
Yeah.
because they
yeah.
seem to get what they needed out of her, so to speak. Not that they knew that they needed those things, but then what trumps that is they then get what they wanted, which is to essentially be trapped and lost in this film. And I wonder, how do you reconcile, and this is kind of where we'll wrap it up before final ratings, but how do you reconcile
Sure.
that final scene where it's revealed that the quartet are now in the movie and they have switched roles? Do you see that? I mean, beyond just the idea that it's a surreal moment, that's it, or whatever. Like, if we are to ascribe any meaning to it, do you see it as like a nihilistic statement of like, you stare too long into the abyss, you then become trapped into it? Or do you think of it more as a playful, shall we say, acknowledgement of the transitionary properties of both cinema and sex, I guess, in cinema, of how,
Sure.
you can, if you engage with it in a healthy way, which I think is what the Phantom or the Visitor was doing, in the sense forcing them to do, then you can achieve your ultimate dream, which is nothing but pure bliss and sexual wealth and health and happiness. So I'm curious what you think of that final scene.
Well, as you may have guessed, I have a theory. And I think it ties in with Pirandello's Six Characters in Search of an Author. I think, in a sense, what happens is we find out now it's up for grabs. It's, debatable whether the family, the father, mother, and son are the real people or the people who we see at the end of the film. You know what I mean? Although I feel, and maybe I'm wrong, I feel like the son is portrayed as older at the end. I feel like that's the son watching with his, apparently his wife and two friends. I might be wrong, but
He
the
has a
casting is
similar
so similar.
bowl cut. Yeah, I do love the casting. Because I agree that unlike some of the roles where like the Visitor in the film and then Being Out, where that's kind of ambiguous because it's the same actress, whatever. Here,
Right.
I like the fact that he was casted, I think, intentionally to look like the son in maybe either an alternate universe or further along in the timeline.
Right, right, which is kind of what I guess. But I think, in a sense, what happens is we have these three characters who are stranded, much like the six characters in Pirandello's play. And I think the Visitor sort of provides them with catharsis and allows them to kind of have a healthy enough view of their sexuality that, in a sense, they're able to move back to the film. It's almost like, here we are. This is where we really belong. We're not, we're limited people, but at least we have some catharsis now. We're not stuck in this horrendously ghastly loop where we keep reliving this awful moment over and over again. That's my theory, is that it's actually a kind of there's a certain serenity to it. But I mean, that said, one could argue the other, where it's like, oh, you know, they got projected into, so to speak, into the film, and now they're stuck. So I don't know. But I'm a cockeyed optimist, Nick. I tend to go with the positive interpretation every time.
That's understandable. All right, you want my theory? I
Yeah,
wouldn't even
hell
say
yeah.
my theory, but just my reaction to it, because I don't know that this is the most supported. I think what you're talking about with the six characters in search of an author angle is probably the
Right.
most well supported by the text itself. But the thing I
Hmm.
get out of it is, so you watch this entire film that is, as we've said it earlier, not in a pejorative, but pretentious. That is
Hmm. Sure.
intellectually stimulating. It is
Hmm.
literally conscious about the fact that it is a sex film shooting for high art, right? I mean,
Yeah.
even just name dropping, the Italian author, I forget his name now.
Well, Pirandello, yeah,
Yes,
or whoever. Yeah, yeah,
Pirandello.
exactly.
Before you start your sex film, is like Babe Ruth pointing to the, you know, to the outfield,
That's very true.
as we're
Yeah,
all
that's
like,
true.
"Okay, babe," and so you're very consciously watching that, right? And what I think, for me, what works about the ending and is that I think, and not in a Twilight Zone way, but I think
Hmm.
that the ending is a very funny cosmic joke in which I think it is finally acknowledging that the screen is a window and it's a two-way
Mm.
mirror at that. Because the entire time we're watching, as I said, intellectual art house porn and whatnot. And I think what's funny is that in that movie, they're watching stag films that look like they have nothing on their mind and they are, vapid because it's a dialogue free. It's, whatever. It's just literal
Oh yeah.
humping and grinding. So I think the final scene is quite literally Through the Looking Glass, which is actually one of the names of one of the pieces of score that was composed for this movie by
Oh yeah, I noticed that.
Stelvio Cipriani, which I'll talk about in a second because it's one of my favorite film scores of all time. Um,
Hmm.
but I think it's finally a Through the Looking Glass moment, which is that actually these two things are happening simultaneously, and both parties on the couch think that they are watching something that has no value and that they are above it all, when in reality,
Mm.
they are just insecure about themselves when it comes to actively and honestly engaging with sexual material in front of them. So that's my big thing.
I like that. I like
Thank you.
that a lot. And in a way it makes sense because the mood I feel at the very end is very overwhelmingly positive, where the father and the mother and the son, the father is taking the place of the visitor on the couch with her, and they're watching the two of them, and there's a softness. It's like the final switcheroo is like we see the actors on the screen and we all of a sudden realize not only, oh, they're real people, but also the people that were in the stag film we were watching are real people with their own hopes and their own dreams and emotions.
And what does it
It's a
say
bit like the
about us if we think of that as a twist?
well, yeah, exactly. It's like why didn't we start from that assumption? It's a bit like the Purple Rose of Cairo or something
I
like
was about to
that.
bring that up. Yep. It's like a
Nice,
reverse,
nice.
instead of Jeff Daniels walking out of the screen, it starts
Yeah,
with the kind of opposite, so to speak. But
right.
yeah, I'm glad to at least somewhat agree. So
Oh yeah, I mean, well, because the mood, it's so clear that Metzger has a certain mood in mind at the end. There's a softness, there's a real poignancy to the intimacy between the mother and father in the real, like in World War II real, the post-coital thing, and we see them as very frail human beings. It reminded me of this great song by Loudon Wainwright III called "Your Mother and I,"
oh, such
and
a
I don't
good
know if you
song.
know.
First of all, I've
Oh, it's
seen
so
Loudon
good.
Wainwright the Third in concert 3 times. He's one of
Oh,
my
I didn't
favorite.
know that.
Yeah, he's like in my top 5 favorite living. Well, not living or dead, but artists. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Well, I knew you were a fan. I didn't realize you'd seen him live. That's
Maybe
awesome.
twice, but I
But I
think I
mean,
saw him 3 times.
but I mean, that song where he's like, I have it written here. Your mother and I are both feeling bad, but things will get better. It won't stay this sad. And I hope when you grow up, one day you'll see your parents are people, and that's all we can be. And I feel like that's where the son is at the end. He's like, ah, yes, these are frail, flawed people, but then I also see them in this moment of real vulnerability and intimacy. There's something about that is very poignant to me, and them watching themselves on there, it's like there's a resolution of some kind. I don't know quite what it is, but it feels like Metzger is bringing across some sort of understanding or whatever between the three characters, which is why I think when you see them in the reel at the end with the visitor, I think, well, maybe this is kind of like where they were intended to go this whole time. They were supposed to go there, but they had to work out their stuff
I
before
was
they
gonna
could
say,
kind of transition back.
is Purgatory watching the film, but then the afterlife is actually being in the film itself? Like where you no longer have to think
Right.
about trying to pass over, so to speak. So
Oh, exactly,
yeah,
exactly. I wanted to say just a little something about stag films really
yeah.
fast. Okay, well, first of all, when I was watching this, I kept thinking about this great scene from this movie Patty Chayefsky wrote. It's called The Bachelor Party, and Jack Warden is in it, and he's like, "Hey, this guy in this one stag film, he looks just like you," which I thought was just so apropos. He's like, "I got these reels from my dentist. I don't know where he got them from. And this is like from 1956, 57. So I mean, you don't see the film, you just see the reactions of
Yeah.
Jack Warden and, all those guys. But I kept thinking about that. But just for a quick context on stag films, and all this research, by the way, comes from essays I read by David Church and Jody W. Pennington. We can link to them or whatever. But as far as we can tell, they at least appeared as early as 1907 in classified ads, right? So, but by the 30s, they were pretty commonly defined. You had like silent, black and white, hardcore, full penetration. They were about one reel long, so about 12 minutes, usually untitled. The credits, the filmmakers, performers, it was all either they weren't, there was either no name at all or they were fake names. And the men usually wore like ridiculous disguises like mustaches and shit that were falling off. And sure enough, the women, as a good part of the time, were indeed probably professional prostitutes. So in a way, it's kind of interesting because it was these lower class actors performing for middle and upper class white male viewers. Because these movies, which were called blue movies, they were basically quasi publicly screened to male audiences exclusively, and usually at like union halls, frat houses, men's social clubs, fraternal organizations. And basically, you'd have a projectionist who was often the guy who filmed the movie, because oftentimes there wasn't even a dupe made. He was just he was showing you the
Right.
actual film, which of course limited its distribution possibilities. Anyway, so you'd have him come on, and it would be an evening's entertainment. So about 3 hours worth of these reels, and the men would smoke and occasionally make uncomfortable sexualized jokes or whatever. And but he might, and this is in the 30s, this projectionist guy might be paid anywhere from $25 to $100, which is a lot of dough in the 1930s. Well, now at the same time you had them in Europe, but in Europe it was interesting because those were more like the stag movies were more done like to keep like the people in brothels aroused
Oh,
while they were
right.
waiting for their turn. So
Yeah.
it's a different kind of thing. There's a bunch of stuff. Basically, it was obviously these were publicly condemned and people passed laws and everything, but because of the audience who generally made up the core watchers, the laws were prosecuted selectively. So the people who were often found in possession of them were like pillars of the community. So the police would tend to punish like the producer or the
Oh, yeah.
distributor,
Yep.
or the filmmaker, right? So then by basically by the 50s you had like 8 and 60 millimeter cameras, which allowed a lot of people to make their own. And then you could actually go to like even a pretty respectable camera shop, and under the counter they'd rent you a stag film, for uh $5 to $10, or you could buy it outright for like $25 or something like that. you know and eventually, though, these fraternal organizations kind of faded. And this is why I wanted to mention this, because I know this is something you and I have talked about before. By the late 60s, you had these storefront peep show arcades, right?
Yep.
Which they started playing, the risque striptease and burlesque loops. And then they were in adult bookstores pretty fast. And they were basically single reel hardcore loops, just like the Stag films. But there was no narrative, of course, because they were shown in several minute fragments, and it was a coin operated machine. So when it stopped, it started where it left off for the next guy in the booth, where
Yep.
he was usually given a little bit of privacy to do his thing. So anyway, I just thought it was interesting. I didn't realize how far back they went and how common they were. Like you said, people would rent these out, and not just swingers, even just somewhat adventurous, bougie people.
No,
you know.
well, that was the thing, especially bougie people. Like that was like
Mm,
and we see that at the beginning of this movie a little bit, at least that kind of attitude being poked at a little bit, where
hmm.
as much as the father seems to kind of get off on it, he seems more interested in uh, provoking than he does in actually watching, and so much like myself.
Yeah.
Um, so
You're an agent provocateur.
that's right. But yeah, so no, it is a weird phenomenon that has very much died out. I mean, after the Mies report, porn went
Mm.
not just back to the household, or not even just porn, but just sexual discourse in general. Not just back to the household, but back to the household and lock your doors because it's not it's not okay to bring outside of your household and whatnot. But yeah, it's such a weird thing to think that during the reign of like someone like Nixon or something, we used to have a much more sexually promiscuous society, and then at some point, someone
Right.
decided that that was, I say someone, and I mean Reagan, decided that
Right.
that was not okay anymore. So anyway,
Well,
yeah,
yeah, I mean, Mies was one of like Reagan's three big advisors. They were called the Troika,
oh yeah,
and
and
so
even
yeah.
the dumb thing about that report in and of itself was that it was basically proven that was all bullshit because at the end of the day, the only thing people remember is very much what they believed, which is I can't define it, but I know it when I see it, which is
Yeah.
the most asinine thing ever. Because if we're talking about legal prosecution, you should be able to fucking define it,
Yeah, yeah, there ought to be some pretty bright lines there.
right? But
Yeah.
even they couldn't admit
Which
that,
is
like this, if this is allowed, then why can't this be, and whatnot. So
well, and that's why I would definitely recommend again that Roger B. Rowland article. It's titled Triple X. I think it's from 83, 84. We'll link to it. It is so interesting because it talks everything about Freud, psychology, the ways that we find catharsis, and it really disproves through science the idea that somehow it exacerbates sexual feelings or violence. It's quite the opposite. So anyway, it's fascinating. So
I was
yeah.
gonna say, my thoughts on the subject, which is that
Mm-hmm.
we should all be given our own porn account when we're young. No, not I'm kidding. Not when we're
Mm-hmm.
young, but
Agreed. Mm-hmm.
we could
Yeah.
all stand
Five,
to.
5 or 6.
That's fine. But
Sorry.
I think whatever you call it. Okay, you know what? Here's an interesting thing. Somebody in our chat
Jeez.
has raised a good point. That's right, we are live on Twitch right now, so if you're listening to the podcast, sorry, but you're going to have to listen to this for a second. But somebody says that I'd argue that, in spite of what we were just saying, me and Dan, that now porn is fully mainstream with all
Mm,
the weird hypocrisy to go with it. And I agree
mm-hmm.
with that sentiment in the sense that it is now mainstream to the point where pretty much we all do it. Like, maybe not every
Yeah.
single human being, but certainly probably more now than back then. My personal feeling, though, is that because it is compartmentalized to
Yes.
private channels within your household where we are now being catered to our own very specific kink. And it creates this one-to-one analog relationship where if I'm into something, I can then just go type it in, I get it, no one else has to know that I do it, but we all agree that we do it. I think that actually sets up a slightly diminished capacity between all of us in society to actually
Mm-hmm.
healthily and functionally talk about sex because we are forced, no matter how mainstream, to do it on our own volition and we are catered to so heavily that we don't think outside our own heteronormative activity. When you went to go see one
Mm-hmm.
of these movies, you didn't get to skip to the next one if the scene that was on the screen was, shall we say, not to your liking, or maybe
Mm-hmm.
wasn't sexually fulfilling for you. And so, I absolutely agree with that point. But I do think that technically speaking, it's not the same in a much worse way. It's gone mainstream only in the sense that you know it it's widespread, almost like a cancer.
Well, yeah, it's much more widespread, but each of us is separate and siloed off from each other. I was reading this interview with Richard Corliss did with Metzger, and he said, "Well, some people argue that the problem with porn is that it excites you and you can do nothing about it." And Metzger very correctly points out, he's like, "Well, that's true, but the hope is that you'll be able to do something about it very soon afterwards in most cases."
Yeah.
So there is a communal aspect to it, and the fact that we did have to sort of wait for it,
Well, and
yeah.
the idea that I was gonna say, the idea that we could publicly exhibit it in public. I'm not saying that everybody's into that, which is totally understandable. But
Hmm.
when that went away, we then did actually start to pump the brakes on our sexual expression in cinema. Right
Hmm.
now in cinema, we are facing, and I know this is not in any way a dire problem on the grand scheme of things in the world at large, but we are facing a world in which, at least in our country in particular, where the MPAA gets to dictate that blood squibs are okay in a PG-13 movie, but the female orgasm is not,
Hmm.
and in the way we either, shall we say, depict it or, God forbid, visualize it or even just acknowledge it. And during the golden era of, or golden age of pornography, we had, and this was pre PG 13, so there was
Hmm.
it was kind of the Wild West of ratings in general. But we had
Hmm.
actual Hollywood cinema competing with pornography, and as capitalists like to say, competition is healthy because it only creates
Hmm.
technically two sides to the conversation. The moment we took away the one side that was actually leading the charge, maybe to some people's understandable thoughts, maybe too much leading the charge, but the moment we took away that voice, then mainstream cinema was able to become more complacent and more tepid in its depiction of actual sexual material and functional sexual relationships. So, yeah,
I totally agree.
it's such a weird thing in general. I agree. It's bizarre. If you see sex in movies, you only see one of two kinds of sex, which is insane considering sex is literally a multi-million different things to multi-million different
Mm.
people. You either
Hmm.
see something comedic, which is extremely unrealistic in a way that even porn is more realistic, but either just, you're not supposed to be actually taking it at face value with regards to the emotion, at play or whatever. Or you see the
Sure.
only way that most, I'm not saying all, but most movies that are not porn, are able to portray quote unquote real sex, which is when two actors, what I would say, do the God, what do I want to say? Um,
Vanilla.
well, I was gonna say the Robert Bressonian Humpty Dance,
Mm.
where it is so it is so imbued with realism, because they're trying to make it
Mm.
look, shall we say, not necessarily dirty, but physically rigorous, because they're trying to make it look realistic, that
Right.
you almost feel like you're watching non-professional actors because they're so focused on
Mm.
the act themselves that then we're missing out on an actual emotional component, and it just becomes this weird kind of, I would say, facsimile of like actual
Hmm.
sexual relations. I don't know. This is one of my
Yeah.
weird tangents and I guess pet
Mm.
peeves in cinema, but there should be much better sex in cinema, but there's not as of right
Hmm.
now. So, well,
Yeah. Agreed.
thank you. On that
Mm.
note, why don't we
Yes.
go into final ratings of the Licorice Quartet from 1970?
All right.
I'm going to go first really quick because I don't have much to
Sure.
say, which is that I absolutely love this film. I think it's a masterpiece. One thing I mentioned briefly, but I'll say it now, is that Stelvio Cipriani's score um,
Mm.
for the Licorice Quartet, there's only like 6 pieces total, I think, because a lot of them
Hmm.
gets repeated and whatnot. But like all of them, I think, are amazing pieces of music, let alone just scoring the film, because I think it's perfectly suited. But it is one of the few scores
Mm.
that I actually do listen to if I am like writing or doing something and I don't want to focus on lyrics or whatever, because it
Hmm.
works independently for me, out of context of the film, but also within the film is like such a perfect distillation of some of the themes made uh, musically, so to speak. In particular, the kind of progression of that do 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 during the opening,
Mm.
where which is one of my favorite shots in the entire movie, when the camera swivels from the left side of the back end of the screen to the right side, all the way, not a tracking shot, but a panning shot from the left to
Hmm.
the right, and the color gets desaturated into black and white, which is
Right.
another blending technique that Metzger employs, like many others. And
You're
that
right.
score kind of starts to ramp up, and the audio, quite literally, the level gets turned up during that moment. It's just one of my favorite opening credit sequences, particularly because of that lead in into it. So, and I think Stelvio Cipriani is one of the reasons why this mise en scène and the editing works so well, because there's such a strong foundation there. But yeah, I
Hmm.
think the whole movie itself is fantastic. I give it 5 out of 5 stars. It's basically, for me, it is the platonic ideal of sex cinema. It is something
Hmm.
that, yes, does happen to turn me on, but mostly it's just something that completely disproves the idea that sex in cinema is somehow inherently a worthless pursuit.
Right. Just really fast, I do love that opening scene too, where the color sort of drains out of the screen. Um, and then there is actually a shot later on where they're going to show the stag film to the visitor, and there's a similar shot, but the camera is a bit lower, and it ends up stopping right here at a certain spot where basically the father character, his head is totally cut off by the screen. And I don't know what it means, but I absolutely love it. So yeah. Anyway, for me it's 5 stars as well.
Right on. That is our
Mhm.
review of Radley Metzger's The Licorice Quartet from 1970. All right,
Mhm.
before we finish this episode up, we are going to take a little detour into the A list. Do 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 do
Actually,
do.
do you mind if I run to the bathroom and we just keep recording?
Sure.
I'll be right back.
All right.
Okay, be right back.
Dan's gonna go to
I'll
the
be able to
bathroom really
concentrate
quick.
more.
Okay.
What? What's
Nothing.
that?
Go to, go to.
Oh, okay. Good. 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 Good.
Ba-doop, ba-doop, doop, 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 doo. Well, hello everybody out there in Twitch land. You know, I wouldn't put it past him. I mean, we're gonna sit here, talk about sex cinema, and we're never gonna take our pants off. Then doesn't that make us the hypocrites? That's how I feel about it. Or maybe that's the Scotch talking. Oh. I know. He's quite literally at the epicenter for one of the two biggest porn scenes of the golden age. You had the New York dirty and sleazy uh, interiors, and then of course you had the fabulous West Coast porn valley, as you have put it. But thanks for sticking around this whole time. I hope you didn't put off anything that was like actually important or better than this. Yeah, we'll have to find a maybe a revolving day of the week to do this. This is pretty much what it looks like when we record these. We usually do more than one just so that way we can knock them out because we don't always get a chance to sit down and do it. But I just figured if this is all it is, then I might as well broadcast it too.
What did I miss?
Oh, nothing much. I was telling our lone Twitch viewer that has stayed with us throughout this entire production that...
Well, God bless you.
I was going to say that we very much appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. Who is this person, if I may ask?
He is a good friend of mine on the internet. Who hails from a state that borders ours. I don't want to fully reveal who he is if he doesn't want
Well, there are a bunch of them.
I was going to say, there are a bunch of them. It's the one to the north of us. In case you need to look it up on a map. But yeah.
Okay.
And he is a very, very nice and also very knowledgeable guy when it comes to film. So, kudos to you.
Yes, always glad to have you aboard.
Yeah. All right, let's do the A-list, and then we'll be done.
All right.
And we're back here with the... No, let's not do that. Okay. Hold on.
It wasn't so bad. Oh, okay.
No, but I didn't want to do the whole we're back, because really it's more just... I got it, don't worry. Here we go.
A-list, yeah.
Okay, and now it's time for the A-list here on Projexploitation. Of course, the A-list is the segment in which we, myself and Dan, pair this B movie that we just watched with an A film. Of course, what do we mean by an A film? Well, the A stands for accessible. Right?
I never thought of it that way before.
I didn't until 5 seconds ago. We look for a film that is either more accessible or more mainstream in some way that would make a nice little double feature with the one we just did. So for this one, of course, the movie we just did was The Licorice Quartet from 1970. For this one, Dan, do you want to go first?
Sure. I have two films. And you know what? You're gonna.
Why do we?
You know what, buddy?
Why do we even record this if you're not gonna?
You can rebuke me all. No,
I will. That's what I'm doing, literally. Okay.
You can
what are
just
your
suck
two
it, buddy.
films? I'll choose one out of the two that I like better.
Well, that's fair. Well, they're two very dark films, actually. But I felt like between the two, they contain something akin to both the basic themes and actually the resolution of Licorice. Plus, if people like these two flicks, they should find Licorice fairly less abrasive by comparison, even though these are much easier to find than Licorice. The first one is Anthony Hopkins' Slipstream from 2007. He wrote, directed, acted, and composed the score for it. Very much an auteur passion project for him through and through. He actually tooled the script for quite a while, I believe, and he eventually found an anonymous private funder so that he could retain final cut. I think the budget was like $10 million. It wasn't huge, But I thought of it partly because some of the lines in Licorice led me briefly to believe Metzger was going to go super literal and literally rewind the whole movie during the end credits, which is something that Slipstream does. So if you watch the end credits, it's actually the whole film in reverse about, 10 times as fast, something like that. But it's great because it fits. Well, it fits the idea because the film is very much about temporality and reality. Okay, so upon its release, it baffled pretty much everyone, and with a Rotten Tomatoes rating of 23% fresh, I think we can safely say that it was despised by consensus.
I think you mean 23% rotten.
No, I don't. No, I think it's only 23% of the people like it.
Oh,
Isn't
right.
that?
I was just making a joke because they say if it's over 50%, it's fresh, and if it's under, technically it's rotten. But yeah, if you want to
glass
really
half full.
argue semantics and yeah, sure, fine.
I'm not sure if this is
Why don't
really
we
semantics at
air
this
our dirty
point.
laundry in front of everybody?
Sure. I don't really think this is semantics or sophistry at
I
this
don't
point. I think
really
I'm just
think that
simply, well, you know
you love
what?
me
You
anymore.
know what? I do.
Oh,
I love you. I love you so, too much sometimes.
I feel that
Sometimes
sometimes.
I feel there's so much love that it's like I can't quite. Okay, I'm gonna cut all this shit.
All
Sorry.
right, that's fine.
Hmm. Well, I'll keep some of it 'cause some of the stuff you said I thought was really funny. Anyway, so there's really no way to. I think this film is ripe for reassessment. By the way, Roger Ebert did give it a pretty positive review, so he was like one of the only ones. But there's no real way to summarize the movie because the ideas and the themes in the film are mirrored greatly by the form it takes. It's much like the Licorice Quartet or Spike Jonze's adaptation. And so by necessity, it has to appear, I think, on the first watch as kind of slapdash and disorganized. You know what I mean? Like that's part of the form. It doesn't have a plot, in other words, but it has a very strong arc. I guess if that makes sense. Uh, if I was gonna say what it's about, there's a quote from Gaspar Noé where he famously said, "Time destroys everything," which is a very blinkered and cynical view. But then again, his films are mostly very blinkered and cynical. Not to say they're not worth. Some of them aren't worth checking out, but I'm just saying. But Slipstream is like the opposite. It's like it's all about the way that time transforms our experiences. Sometimes it renders them humorously and absurd. Sometimes imbuing them with a feeling of unreality. Like Anthony Hopkins talked about in an interview. He's like, well, I'll be talking, and then 10 minutes later, I'm like, wait, I had that. It feels like that was another world. And he says, as I get older, this happens more and more. And then also, of course, time gives our lives meaning. I mean, just in the sense that if there wasn't a temporality to things, nothing would have value. I mean, we can go into this some other time. But so anyway, so Slipstream is one of them. The second one is Olivier Assayas's film Demon Lover from 2002.
Mhm.
Uh, it's good. Anyone who's seen if you've seen a couple movies by Assayas, you know that when you put on any one of his films, you basically have no fucking idea on God's green earth what the hell you're about to see because his body of work, while being very high quality, each subsequent movie, it's nigh on impossible to predict what the hell it's going to be. I mean, like if you liked his movie Summer Hours, you may in all likelihood hate everything else he did.
Yeah.
you know, same. You know what I mean. Same goes for like if you liked Clean or Personal Shopper or Cold Water or Sentimental Destinies. I mean, these are all so wildly different. I mean, thematically, there's a through line, but stylistically, it's all over.
Even
So,
Irma Vep is somewhat
oh,
kind of
absolutely.
like the Licorice Quartet in the way that it blurs the line as to where movies begin and where real life starts. So anyway,
That's a great point. That's another film very much like Spike Jonze's adaptation. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I remember that.
but I
Yeah.
haven't seen Demon
Uh,
Lover, even though I've loved everything I've seen by him.
well, again, he's so all over that it's hard to say if you want to recommend something. You're like, well, maybe they won't. But so he's about as eclectic as they come. Is I guess what I'm saying. And Demon Lover is suitably unlike anything he's done before or since. I mean, really, it's okay. So there's an obvious critique in the film of predatory late stage capitalism and runaway, unchecked, unfettered globalism. But it's also, I think, as much about our inability, our growing inability as human beings to connect like the violent things we see, the violent realities we see on our screens to actual human suffering. It was like what I was saying before about the stag film, where it's like, oh, these are people. They have emotions, they have dreams, they have hopes. They aren't just figures to provide us with pleasure or whatever. And unfortunately, Demon Lover does not have any of Licorice's what I would call kind of measured hope, or Puriandelloisms, whatever you want to say. Demon Lover is grindingly pessimistic. I mean, about human nature, the future, but it features, in particular, a really horrific shadow version of the climax to the Licorice Quartet, in which the protagonist becomes trapped inside the very media that she believes she's in charge of. You remember the son in Licorice Quartet. He's like, "Oh, it must be a comfort to know you can, control things with nothing more than a flip of the switch." there's a moment at the end where the let's just say the protagonist of Demon Lover at the end realizes too late that she is not in control. And so that's why I specifically chose that is for its last minutes and how, or last act, I guess, because I think it really relates to that. But like I said, it's like a horrific shadow image of it, of Licorice Quartet.
Right on. I definitely have to seek that out. Like I said earlier, I've never seen a movie by a scientist that I'm not liked, if not loved.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah, agreed.
yeah, my pick for the A list is ironically, by all accounts, usually I think would be less mainstream to the average Joe because it is a foreign
Mm,
film, it's an art house film, but I think
sure.
more people would actually rather try that than watch a sex film in this day and age. So I get
Hmm.
to play in that sandbox here. But it's actually a film that you mentioned earlier in the episode, which is Last Year at Marianne Bad.
Ah,
It's very similar in the sense that you have characters trying to figure out if the reality in which they exist in is actually real, or if the past that they remember is somehow either impeding on the current reality or vice versa, and that kind of fractured take on interpersonal dynamics that way. Not to mention, they both feature. An extremely prominent location. Last year at Marienbad,
right.
that castle does a similar trick that this one does, in that it is very much one of the otherworldly forces in both movies. It's not just the in both movies, it's the girl, because the guy in Last Year at Marienbad sees the girl and says, "You're the same girl I met," and she says no. So in a lot of ways, whether she's lying or not, she's the one who's driving the action, even if it's in a subtly different way than the visitor in this one. Um,
Mm,
but yeah, both movies are beholden to that kind of, like I said, the looming edifice that they inhabit. The even the grounds are kind of majestic in a way, and completely different. In Last Year, Marienbad is that geometric, extremely, pruned and
right.
sheared garden,
Like
whereas here,
topiary.
yeah, topiary, that's what I was looking for. And yet here in Licorice Quartet, it's kind of like a wild grass, like
Yeah.
it's not very kept, and yet it still looks kind of majestic in its own way. But yeah, these otherworldly forces kind of keeping these characters in a static place of kind of a purgatorial hellscape, or possibly heaven sent place, depending on how you look at it. So, yeah,
Yeah.
I think Last Year at Marienbad is actually one of the easiest art house foreign films to recommend to people who are new to it, not because it's like one of the simplest, it's actually one of the most challenging, but I think it's one of the ones that conform the most to our expectations of art house cinema, that a lot of people will
Mm.
be like, yes, this is exactly what I thought it would be like to watch a crazy French movie, that doesn't adhere
Right.
to conventional film standards, and it's also just fantastic in and of itself. Oh god, I remember when I first watched that for the first time, and another reason why it's more accessible is that it's in the Criterion Collection, so it's like, it's not like it's
It's very easy to
I was
find.
gonna say it's not an obscure whatever. But when I first watched
Right.
that movie over a decade ago for the first time, I fell in love with it, but B, I don't know
Hmm.
the last time you've seen it, but you know the game that they play where they always sit down and they do, you can play it with any number of things, whether it's a set of matches
Oh.
or it's cards, where you set up
Mm.
the triangle and you each take turns removing one, and whoever removes the last one is the winner. But you can remove as many as
Right.
you want within a line. Anyway, it's a game that they
I remember
play
it kind of.
in many scenes in that movie. And what I love is that when I looked it up on the internet, not only did I find out like how to play it, because there is a way to win every time. It doesn't matter if you go first
Mm.
or second. And I have forgotten it now because it's been over a decade, but it's just a parlor trick. As long as you know exactly
Hmm.
how many to take at any given time. then you're golden. You will always win. And so I used to drag that out. That's how pretentious I was. I saw this French film, and I was like, hey, you want to see
No,
some?
I love it.
But anyway, it reminded me of this movie, and that's kind of the power for me of cinema like this, is that it doesn't matter if I feel like I'm keeping pace with a director like Radley Metzger, or in that case, Alan Rene. At a certain
Right.
point, they're always going to win because I'm looking to them to trick me and to fool me into thinking that I'm seeing something that is, shall we say, transcendent. And I'm not saying that cinema can't be or anything like that, but that's very much something you project onto it, much like
Definitely.
you project images and movies. So anyway, yeah, that's my little tangent about last year at Marion Bad, the black and white French art house film from 1961. So
Nice choice.
yeah, I think that's gonna about do it for us here at Project
Well,
Exploitation. Oh,
well, wait a minute, Nick.
Wait a minute.
I have a question for you.
okay.
Why is the film titled The Licorice Quartet? Do you know?
I do know, Dan, actually, and
But you're not going to tell me.
yeah, I don't think I could really tell you in front of, company, because I don't know if you noticed, but licorice is spelled Lick.
I did.
Okay, so, I think there may be some incestuous sexual vibes going on. Now, other than it just being a silly little,
Play on words.
yeah, I think it's supposed to. I think it sounds kind of like a pretentious thing in the sense that, like, quartet, we usually, think of it like. No one says quartet. No one calls the Beatles a quartet. They call them a band, and so
True.
on and so forth. So it's almost like this, I think, pretentious way of referring. Like, the juxtaposition between those two words. One is an extremely obnoxiously silly word, standing right next to a word that is usually, I think, thrown around in more bourgeois circles when referring to some kind of media, whether it be, a band or
Sure.
some kind of communal piece. So, yeah.
Okay, well, that makes some sense. I was just curious. I didn't know if there was like a silver bullet answer, because I wasn't able to find anything in the research I was doing, and I thought, well, Nick might know. So.
No, I don't. It's probably, well, it is. It's better than mind games, so.
That's for sure.
Yeah. So yeah, that's gonna about do it for us here at Projexploitation. If you're looking for all of our episodes, you can find it at our website, which is projexploitation.com. That is projexploitation.com. I don't know how I'm able to do that each time, but I am.
You do it beautifully too.
It's genuinely bizarre. I feel like I go on autopilot for like 10 seconds and I lose like literally a fraction of my life each time.
I've experienced missing time. It's like X-Files. Yeah.
Yeah. But you can also find us on Twitter at ProjectsPod. You can find us on YouTube. You can now find us on Twitch, apparently, because we just successfully, I think, did that. You can find us on anywhere podcast feeds are pulled. Apple Podcasts, fuck Spotify, Stitcher Radio, Google, Amazon, wherever you can pull them, we're there. Or you can at least take our feed, which is located on our hosting site, which is Podbean.com. So from myself, Nick Cheney, my co-host, Dan Jeremy Brooks, we'll see you on the next reel.